woman rep for Nairobi is taking care of 17 constituencies. The woman rep for Kakamega is taking care of 12 constituencies, and that kind of thing. It's so wide. We are covering a huge area, and the funds allocated is not enough. That is why when you see elections taking place, a lot of women reps don't come back because it is assumed that they are underperforming. But that's not true. They are working very hard, they are performing very well, but they are let down by the fact that the funds allocated from GAF is far too little. That's why I support this proposal. It's going to go far, and it's going to help wananchi, or people on the ground, vulnerable people, just like CDF has performed. CDF has done very well. The fund for senators, the oversight fund, is also necessary. We need to support each other, because even senators feel the pinch on the ground when they have nothing to offer, when they have no funds to take care of the people who voted for them. So let us consider them very, very seriously, instead of wondering what they are likely to do. We can spell out their role and how they can utilize the fund, but we still need to embrace them and ensure that they are not left behind. They too need some funds, because some of us here may end up being senators someday, and then we shall start regretting why we never allocated any funds for them. We need to go further than that. We are talking about CDF, we are talking about women reps and their ANGAF, we are talking about senators and their special fund. How about in the wards? We also have MCAs. That will also come in as we argue the special funds that is allocated for members of parliament. We should not leave anybody behind. Each one of us requires to be considered in terms of allocation. Otherwise, I support this proposal, and I hope very soon it shall be implemented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tim Wanyonyi, Westlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity also to add my voice on this important proposed amendment to the Constitution to entrench the CDF, the NG CDF fund, the NGAV, and also the oversight fund in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, this is a very good, well thought out idea that we bring this fund to be entrenched in the Constitution so that it is protected. And this fund, Mr. Speaker, has had huge impact in the community, in the society. There are areas in this country that had never seen even a single development from the national government. But through the CDF, Mr. Speaker, it has reached all corners of this nation. And some of the honorable members have done very well, exemplary well with the CDF fund. Of course, we have some gray areas, but that is not, notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker. We know that the CDF, as we speak now, it has much more impact than even the county government, what they have done. So, Mr. Speaker, for anyone who wants to do away with the CDF will be also going against the interests of the people that we represent. Since we are elected to represent the people, Mr. Speaker, we must, and we are, our other role is to legislate, Mr. Speaker, and the Parliament has power to amend the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. I know very well that when we entrench this fund in the Constitution, it's going to be protected, and it will be there beyond us. It is not about us. It is about the people we represent. It's about the development of the nation, and we are supplementing what even the county government are doing. Some of the things we are doing down there in our constituency, Mr. Speaker, sometimes it shows that these funds, they just go in because these are public funds. We are using them, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that development reaches the lowest cutter in our society. And we have seen how we have transformed education. We have helped the chiefs who never used to have offices. Now they have offices. We have helped the police. And previously, before even the NGCDF Mr. Speaker, became so structured, it used to even do more. They were doing much more things, even including water and all that. But right now, that it has been structured and the funds of the CDF, Mr. Speaker, is so, it has got the faults that cannot even be tampered with. And the Member of Parliament does not even sit in the committee. We do the oversight role, Mr. Speaker. Despite that it's a constituents development fund, you don't allocate funds because the committee is there and the committee is answerable to the board of the CDF, Mr. Speaker, and ours is to make sure that the funds are utilized properly. And I can attest that within even my own constituency, Mr. Speaker, we have managed to do 5 new second schools, which could not have been done without, I'm sure with the CDF, it would have taken longer. We have done so many classrooms for schools. We have refurbished police stations. We have done much more. And I'm very sure, Mr. Speaker, if the allocation is increased, we can even now pay much more school fees for the children, because the 5,000 we give is so little. So if we can get more funds, then we can pay, even when we identify needy students, we can pay full school fees so that the children remain in school and make sure that we support the parents, Mr. Speaker. So we support this, and we know that, Mr. Speaker, through the BBI had proposed, even CDF was supposed to be part of, to be entrenched in the Constitution. But since BBI, we lost BBI, it is not a bad idea to bring it back in this amendment, Mr. Speaker. So I support this, and I'm sure by the time it will come for publication, we'll have enriched it with a contribution from the members on this floor, so that we know we shall be having a good draft. And we also want to appeal to Kenyans to support us on this, so that we protect this fund, because it is better for us to have more money in the grassroots level than remaining at the national government, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to add my voice on this, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Very well. On Joseph Cherorot, Kipkelionist.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I support the motion brought by Shimo and Honorable Mule about NGCDF, Mr. Speaker. NGCDF, Mr. Speaker, is an equalizer because it balances all the constituencies. With NGCDF, Mr. Speaker, none can claim that that it originates, or even that none can claim, it doesn't matter the party that you come from. Mr. Speaker, we have so many students who have graduated. Some of us have benefited from NGCDF, and so many other Kenyans. We have infrastructures in schools which have been constructed, Mr. Speaker, through NGCDF. As I speak, Mr. Speaker, most of us have got a lot of problems. Every day, every morning, I receive messages about bursaries, because Kenyans are actually relying on that, especially during this time where we have the drought and where we have economical challenges in Kenya. Most parents, their students are at home. This afternoon, I received a message from one of the parents telling me that the student was coming home. Mr. Speaker, if this money was there, right now, I'm sure none of the students will be sent home, and it has helped to mitigate, especially with those parents who are from the poor background, who cannot manage. We have also widows, Mr. Speaker, who actually rely on this. And in most cases, Mr. Speaker, those parents and those students who appreciate more are those who are coming from the poor background. So it has helped us in this country to really uplift the life and the standards of Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that these funds should be entrenched in the Constitution so that we may be able to protect it and even add it to 5%, because that is going to help Mr. Speaker. The money that comes now, or that has been the usually distribute for NGCDF, Mr. Speaker, is not enough. And I want to support, and even I believe that the rest of the members are going to agree with me, that we have to top up. There is that one of GAV, Mr. Speaker. In our area, during the last parliament, I saw a lot of tanks which are being supplied in schools. That is from GAV, Mr. Speaker, and so many other projects. So I want to say that even for that one of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, for the oversight, we have to make sure that we protect it and even make sure that it is in the Constitution. And not only that, even for the members of parliament, because with the NGCDF, in most cases, it is being run by officials. And I'm happy with the structure, Mr. Speaker, because the structure which is there now, it has a lot of sanity, and the way it is done in the proper manner. The only thing, Mr. Speaker, that I want to also add on top of that is that when we are considering, especially those students who are in need of these bursaries, Mr. Speaker, we have to consider especially those who are from poor background and those who have got no hope in their lives, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I support the debate, and I want to donate my time to Honorable Moroto here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You are not, you are out of order. You don't donate time. Honorable Member Funyando.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. And Honorable Speaker, where we are today, because of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, stems from a history. For the longest, there was a time when you only had to sing to the tune of the government of the day for projects to be extended your way. But when the CDF came about, whether you sing the loudest to the tune of the government or you refuse to do so, just like we have perfected that art, you still get your due share of the Constituency Development Fund, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, this was not an idle, tired proposal. It came because we needed to develop this country equally across board, Honorable Speaker. The benefits accruing from CDF funds cannot properly be underscored, Honorable Speaker. Whereas CDF was enacted in the year 2003, it is puzzling that we passed a new constitutional order in 2010 but forgot to entrench CDF as part of that constitution, Honorable Speaker. And here we are today, now grappling with what we could have cured in the year 2010, Honorable Speaker. But be it as it may, we will strive to make it work because it has worked before. Honorable Speaker, why we are here today is because all the three tiers of our courts, from High Court all the way to the Supreme Court, have made a universal decision that CDF is not merited. I acknowledge that the judges in High Court all the way to the Supreme Court went to school before the enactment of CDF Act, and therefore they do not understand the real benefits of this money, Honorable Speaker. If they have an additional war with members of this House, I do not know. But how I wish that even before a decision is made, because judges do not live in void. They live with us, and they understand the plight of this money. They understand the plight of members of parliament together with the people that they represent, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, it is sad that we have to revert to coming up with a new constitutional order, tinkering with the Constitution, because judges have refused to listen to the plight of the citizenry, Honorable Speaker. We and everybody of us here know that for the long period of time, our schools have been dilapidated and quite rickety in nature. Some of the classrooms where we went to were mud walled, and we had to mop up our parents carrying cow dung and dirt to go and amend our schools, Honorable Speaker. Some of us in this house went under trees to study. And therefore, when this CDF Act was brought into the fore, it actually cured more than you would have ever imagined. And only those who are in this house would understand properly the benefits that have come as a result of this CDF, Honorable Speaker. But I also acknowledge that the Supreme Court did vitiate the 2013 Act. We still have the 2015 Act under the national government CDF, which is in operation up to now. And therefore, nothing stops Treasury from expending from the exchequer these monies to our constituencies, Honorable Speaker. And if somebody would want to hide behind an argument emanating from this court of law, a decision that was made by the Supreme Court, then we are lying to ourselves. We are not operating under 2013. We are operating under new act, which was enacted in the year 2015. And therefore, as monies will be available, we want that CDF monies to be sent to our constituency accounts as soon as possible. There are people who now hold very senior positions either in government or in private sector. Most of these people went to school courtesy of bursaries, Honorable Speaker. Today, even as we speak, because the monies have since delayed, we still have so many children holed up in villages, cannot go to school, because constituencies are yet to receive monies so that we can address the issues of bursary, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, with your chair, we would also humbly request that you help us expedite this process so that we have these monies go to the ground and our children can be plugged in school. The projects that were ongoing in our schools and many other chief's offices and police stations and many other places can be quickly fast-tracked, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have also included the Oversight Fund, which should be expended to members of the Senate. The NGCDF Act of 2015 entirely alienated members of parliament from any involvement in that money. Now, on the flip side, failure to conduct a thorough follow-up on that money takes a member of parliament home at 4 a.m. in the morning. So whereas our roles are quite limited in nature, we bear the brunt of failure of the NGCDF committee in general. So even as we pursue monies to go to the senators to carry out an oversight roles, Honorable Speaker, this House equally needs the same amount of money so that members of parliament can also move around and check if with exactitude the members of that committee have committed themselves and have carried out all the projects that were hitherto arrived at by that same committee and the involvement of our communities, Honorable Speaker. So the Oversight Fund will be making a further amendment to this, that it should be reading to members of parliament and not solely the members of the Senate.
Order member for Busia, but we really are not allowed to cross and crisscross. So when you have to do exactly what you did, you have to go all the way and come back on the other side. This is just good direction for the House. You may proceed.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have seen what NGAF funds can do together with our honorable members representing various counties in this House, Honorable Speaker. When I move around Kisumu County, I see women doing businesses in market shades provided by the NGAF. I see women having access to monies to do their small, micro, and small enterprises. And therefore, even as we pursue entrenching everything in law, we cannot leave behind this most critical money that our good women in this House, honorable members, have put into good use to help propagate the welfare of the people that we represent, Honorable Speaker. The stimulus that will go towards the minority, the women, the disabled members of our societies is also equally critical so that they can have access to some funding to better their living standards, Honorable Speaker. And in the interest of time, I would want to say that I support this motion, and I would want to request the drafters of this, my friend Honorable Gishimo and his counterpart, to move speedily to bring it into a bill so that that bill can be quickly be moved through all the processes in this House within the shortest possible space of time. It becomes law, and therefore our judges sitting in all tiers of court will not have any problem at all. But I want to finish by saying that now that the government of the day seems to be enjoying quite some good rapport with our courts, I do not think we will be subjected to further scrutiny going forward as members of parliament and as all the monies that come with this kind of house. And I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Agustin Mwafrika, Roysambu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this glorious opportunity. Mr. Speaker, let me start by congratulating and thanking the co-sponsors of this motion, Mr. Gichimo and Honorable Mure. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said in this House regarding CDF. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to spend 1 minute to castigate the opposers of CDF. Mr. Speaker, it is only a stranger in this country who would arise to criticize or to oppose CDF. Or somebody, Mr. Speaker, who has deliberately decided to close or deliberately close his eyes not to see the monumental gains which have been made in this country by use of CDF, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I dare to say that the opposers of CDF or the critics are not sincere. They are spending their time burning midnight oil, trying to find out if there are loopholes within the framework which CDF was established so that they can go to court to have it disbanded. Mr. Speaker, I would like to encourage them, instead of hammering Maris and Jiras against the honorable members of this House, they should open their eyes wide to see the gains which have been achieved through the use of CDF, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, CDF was established to address the socio-economic development within the grassroots level, and as well also, Mr. Speaker, to alleviate poverty, and also to enhance regional equity within those grassroots levels, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in his address, His Excellency the President in the floor of this House, he did say that CDF can be arraigned in the tenet of our Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, we are here today to discuss the same, or to deliberate on the same, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the mass media because for the last 2 weeks, they have been highlighting the agony and the difficulties the parents of Kenya are going through due to lack of the boost of the bursaries, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are so many gains which have been made through the use of CDF, Mr. Speaker. We have seen the rate of students enrolling to run going high. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we have seen the rate of transition of students from primary schools to secondary school, Mr. Speaker, the rate also going high. Mr. Speaker, we have also seen many schools being built with the use of the CDF fund, Mr. Speaker. We have also seen, Mr. Speaker, students from the poor family being retained in school because of the bursaries, Mr. Speaker. We have also seen the construction of police posts, Mr. Speaker, which has assisted a lot in enhancing the security network within our country, Mr. Speaker. We have seen the erection of high mask security light, Mr. Speaker, within the urban and the rural areas, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have also seen the police staff's line being repaired through the use of the same funds, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Nyamai, Kitui South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to also contribute to this important motion. From the onset, I would like to congratulate the Honorable Mule and the Honorable Gishimu for thinking of coming up with this motion, which will later and very soon become a bill, and later, hopefully, get to change the Constitution so that we can properly anchor CDF and GAF into the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, this will be able to deal with the court cases we have been having back and forth in the courts because CDF is not properly anchored in the Constitution as it has been argued. Mr. Speaker, I would like, before I proceed to present my support on this motion, to thank a member of parliament that I've never met, the Honorable Engineer Karoe, who many years ago decided to start CDF more than 20 years ago. Even those who have served 3 terms, or maybe 4 terms, may never have met him. But this is someone who brought a fund that has made a huge difference in our country. So I would like to thank him on behalf of my colleagues, because I know that this is a fund that has supported so many children across this country in the 290 constituencies, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those many years ago, over 20 years ago, the Honorable Karoe envisaged a 5% from the government revenue to be used as CDF to be distributed to the 210 constituencies that time. So, Honorable Speaker, the movers of this motion, the Honorable Mule and the Honorable Gishimu, are in order, are doing it the right way. To say that 2.5% has taken far too long, it is time to increase it from 2.5 to 5%. So, for that reason, I really do support this motion. Over the years, Honorable Speaker, there has been challenges of implementation, which have been handled through various amendments, from the amendment of 2003 to the one of CDF amendment of 2007, to the one of 2013, and later to the 2015, which brought about the NGCDF. And Honorable Speaker, while there, I would like to say that it is time that government thought about disbursing money to CDF, because the matter that was in court, Honorable Speaker, is not NGCDF. It was CDF of 2013. So since the children, students in secondary schools, students in teacher training colleges, in TTIs, in universities are suffering, it is extremely important that as soon as funds are available, they be disbursed, so that the honorable members of this House, as they go to recess, they will be able to deal with school fees, they'll be able to deal with the blown roofs. There's been a lot of wind, Honorable Speaker, especially in the eastern and the eastern and the lower eastern. And I believe that this could be in many other parts of the country due to climate change. There is a lot of wind, Honorable Speaker, and school roofs have been destroyed. So, Honorable Speaker, I would like to ask that as soon as possible, even before we handle this, it is important to disburse money to the constituencies. I was looking, this morning I watched a situation where someone was analyzing how long it was going to take to go through the motion, to go through the bill, and then to go all the way to the constitutional amendment. And Honorable Speaker, I felt that this is a very long time. Our children cannot wait. The situation in our schools cannot wait. Honorable Speaker, what is trending from my constituency this morning is a school called Ngangati Primary School. It is not only trending in my constituency, but it is trending nationally, that children are learning under a tree. Honorable Speaker, I would like to state in this House that I have the highest number of primary schools in the country. I have over 230 primary schools, and I have over 60 secondary schools. Honorable Speaker, put together, I can estimate the number of institutions in my constituency to 300 institutions. That is primary and secondary schools. It is CDF that has enabled us to have classrooms and to be able to deal with the poor children, to be able to pay fees. So I look forward to the passage of this motion and the subsequent steps that will ensure that we are able to anchor CDF in the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, 74% of the money that goes to CDF in most of our constituencies is going to schools. And I would like to say that this is something that needs to be encouraged, because when children are well educated, we are able to get good citizens who can develop our country. Honorable Speaker, with regard to the matter of bringing on board the fund for the Senate, where they'll be able to check on what is going on in the constituencies and in the counties, I would like to agree with the Honorable Member for Kisumu that this should not only concern the Senate, it should concern Parliament, where we do not only consider funds for Senate, we should consider for Parliament, because members of National Assembly are not part of a CDF committee, and they should also have an opportunity to oversight this fund. Honorable Speaker, also in my constituency, I would like to say that I've been able to do a teacher training college, which I'm finalizing. I've been able to do a KMTC, which very soon will have many children. I've been able to do a TTI, and I look forward to doing so much more. And I would like to encourage the new members of Parliament that it is through CDF that you can make your way back to this House more than the first time that you have come. So it is extremely important that you make use of CDF and make sure that you follow implementation of projects fairly. Honorable Speaker, I would like to go to the matter of NGAF, which is being implemented by our women reps. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate my women rep, the Honorable Kasalu. She has done extremely well distributing water tanks in all our 8 constituencies, distributing tents, giving seed money to women groups. So I would like to say that as much as we are thinking about CDF, it is important that we think of also enhancing NGAF, which has brought a lot of sustainable development in our constituencies. Honorable Speaker, I would like to end there. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Very well. Next is the MP for Soy, David Kiplagat.
Absent.
Very well. Next is Joseph Sumani Isiolo. Please, if Joseph Sumani, you know, he's one of our members who has to be given preference. He's in the house, Joseph Sumani, Isiolo. Members, just be patient.
Yes, Mr.
He's
Speaker.
there. Please give Sumani the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I raised to make my comment in support of this legislative proposal. I want to support it because I have a lot of people who have been working with the CDF, and they are crying a lot because they cannot be able to get their support to their children through the bursaries. Mr. Speaker, the national government CDF is very, very important to the people of Kenya. Since its establishment in the 19 years ago, NGCDF facilitated an enhanced development throughout Kenya. And it has a lot of, you have heard all members saying that CDF is very, very important in their constituencies. CDF has done a lot. CDF has raised a lot of outcry all over the country. An outcry that is a huge investment that CDF has put in infrastructure, in water, that is boreholes in schools, access roads to schools, and to the education facilities. I think, Mr. Speaker, I want to look at what I have done in Isiolo during the 11th Parliament. I built 11 schools. I wish I would be like Rachel. Rachel built because she's been here the third term. And I think I can grow up like Rachel and see how to build the capacity of my people in terms of schools, in terms of education, and doing more on that. 11 schools, I want to add more. I want to add more in consultation with the communities because it raises a lot of public participation. We talk about management of the CDF funds. Management of CDF funds, there is not even a single contractor who has a pending bill with the CDF. Unlike the counties, unlike any other county funds, like the ones that are giving to all contracts. I want to say that trust with the contractors CDF is very, very important. It gives a lot of confidence to the contractors. It gives a lot of confidence to the communities, the people who have children in school. It gives a lot of hope to the communities that are depending so much on their children going to schools. I want to say that in the case of any amendments that is going to come to CDF, in terms of this legislative proposal, I want to bring my proposals to that, to give confidence to the members that CDF is very, very important and is a thing that is going to build the capacities of the children and all the teachers in schools. I want to state, like Wandai put it, I agree with Wandai that CDF, delaying of CDF, and the absence of CDF brings about frustrations to the people of this country, to the people of Kenya, to the children who are calling every day and night and texting messages that we want our children in school, we want to get bursaries and get to along with the education. So I support the agenda that CDF need to be included in the Constitution. Thank you.
On Danson Mashako.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa nafasi nzuri ya kuchangia mjadala ulioko hapa wa kufanyia marekebisho katiba ili CDF hazina ya CDF iweze kuingia katika katiba na tuzuie wale wachache ambao wanataka kuvuruga hazina hii ambayo inafanya kazi nzuri nchini kote. Haitasahaulika Mheshimiwa Spika kwamba nchi yetu tulipoanzisha ugatuzi miaka 10 na kitu iliyopita, madhumuni haswa ilikuwa ni kwamba ni vipi basi tutapeleka hela karibu sana na mwananchi na wapate kujisimamia, wapate kujichagulia miradi na wapate kufanya mambo ambayo yatabadilisha maisha yao. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kweli kuna mambo fulani yamegatuliwa na mengine yalibaki katika serikali ya kitaifa. Lakini sisi wabunge, Mheshimiwa Spika, tumebaki na majukumu makubwa ya kuangalia kwamba serikali ya kitaifa inafanya kazi kufikia mwananchi yule aliyoko chini sana ama aliyeko mbali sana na Nairobi. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa kusema ukweli, Mheshimiwa Spika, hazina ya CDF, wenzangu wamesema kwa kirefu sana kwamba hazina ya CDF kwa kweli nchini Kenya, ukizunguka kona zote za nchi yetu, ukienda katika maeneo bunge yote, miradi utakayoiona Mheshimiwa Spika, utashangaa, utafikiria kwamba CDF peke yake ndio pesa za ugatuzi zinazoenda mashinani, kwa sababu ndio pesa nyingi huepelekewa county na county zinapata pesa, hela nyingi sana Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini bado unakuta asilimia kubwa ya ile pesa ambayo inaenda kwa county inaenda kufidia ama inaenda kusimamia pesa za kulipa wafanyikazi na zile ambazo kizungu wanaziita recurrent expenditure. Lakini hazina hii ya CDF, kwa nini miradi inaonekana? Ni kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, pesa ama 5% peke yake ndio inayotumika kufanyia kulipa wafanyikazi, kumaanisha 95% inaenda kwenda kwa miradi ama kusaidia wanafunzi wetu. Kwa hivyo 95% inaenda moja kwa moja kwa wananchi ili wakaweze kubadilisha hali yao ya maisha. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwangu kule undani changamoto tuko nazo tele, lakini kwa sababu ya hali ilivyokuwa kabla ya ugatuzi tulibaki nyuma muda mrefu. Nakumbuka hazina ya ile tunaita equalization fund ilikuja kuleta usawa nchini, lakini tumeona kwamba hazina ile, Mheshimiwa Spika, haijaweza tuseme haijamea miguu, imebaki tu kwamba iko kwa daftari, iko kwa vitabu, iko kwa katiba, lakini haijafikia maeneo ambayo yana changamoto nyingi, maeneo yaliyobaki nyuma. Lakini hazina ya CDF, Mheshimiwa Spika, ukienda pale kuna shule kadhaa pale kwangu ambazo hazikuwahi ona hata shilingi moja ya serikali ya pesa za kitaifa wakati kabla ya ugatuzi ama kabla ya CDF kuja. Leo hii tumeboresha shule zetu, tumetengeza shule mpya, tumeweka miundo misingi mizuri ya shule zetu kupitia hazina hii, Mheshimiwa Spika. Sasa tukisikia kwamba kuna mahakama inapinga ama inasema kwamba basi CDF si muhimu na ikiwezekana itolewe na ikiwezekana ipelekewe, sijui itapelekewa magavana, kile kinachoibuka kisheria, Mheshimiwa Spika, masuala tunayosimamia ya CDF hayajagatuliwa. Sasa wakati mahakama inasema kwamba kazi hiyo inazafanywa na counties, tunashindwa kuelewa ni vipi basi kazi ambayo haijagatuliwa itafanywa na magavana na wale ma MCAs, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, nije katika swala la wanafunzi ambao hufadhiliwa na hazina hii. Kule kwangu, Mheshimiwa Spika, nina shule moja inaitwa Mbela High School, iko maeneo kame ya Kishushe. Katika shule ile, Mheshimiwa Spika, 60% ya wanafunzi walio katika shule ile wako na ufadhili wa 100% kutoka kwa hazina ya CDF. 60%, Mheshimiwa Spika, wanategemea CDF peke yake, tunawalipia karo yote. Manake ni maeneo ni sehemu ambayo imekauka sana, ina shida nyingi, changamoto nyingi. Leo hii, Mheshimiwa Spika, shule ile iko karibu kufungwa. Manake kama 60% ya mapato ya shule kupitia karo inatoka kwa hazina ya CDF. Sasa wakati CDF haiko sasa, wanafunzi wale wako nyumbani, shule haijielewi itafunga ama itafanya namna gani. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, swala hili lazima tuliangazie sana. Saa hizi tuko na janga la ukame na njaa, lakini swala ambalo ni la kitaifa na ambalo linaingiza uoga wa Kenya ni hili swala la kusemekana kwamba hazina hii ya CDF haitakuwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, kule kwangu watu ni Wakristo wengi, na kila asubuhi napata simu za wachungaji na watu wa Kristo na hata Waislamu walioko pale undani, wanalivalia njuga swala hili kwa maombi. Yaani imefika kwamba wanaona kama CDF haitakuwa, basi maisha yao yamekorogeka. Mheshimiwa Spika, sasa kila asubuhi ninapata simu kuwa mchungaji fulani ananipigia, ananiambia, bwana, sisi hapa tunafunga na kuomba kwamba bunge la kitaifa liweze kusimama kidete ili Mungu aliye juu awezeshe Kenya hii ijue kwamba CDF ni muhimu, ijue kwamba wananchi wanaumia, ijue kwamba wanafunzi hata wale waliokuwa wanaanza kwenda vyuo vikuu. Mheshimiwa Spika, mwaka huu watoto wa vyuo vikuu wengi wameenda shule, lakini nina watoto wengi, karibu watoto 50 imebidi ile kizungu wanaita wamedefer kuingia university kwa sababu walikuwa wanategemea CDF. Lakini kwa sababu CDF imecheleweshwa na imekorogwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, nimebidi wengine tumewashika mkono kutumia mbinu za marafiki, sisi wenyewe kibinafsi, lakini wengi wameshindwa kuingia university, Mheshimiwa Spika, vio kwa sababu ya hazina hii. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, kama kuna jambo moja ambalo sisi wabunge tunastahili kushikana kwa umoja, ili wakati sheria hii inakuja kupigiwa kura hapa bungeni, wacha sote 349 tuwe ndani ya bunge tupitishe mambo haya. Na lile linalonitia moyo kabisa Mheshimiwa Spika ni kwamba pesa hizi zimekuwa ni chache mno. Manake sasa wametuvuruga. Sasa yatakana Mheshimiwa, tunapoipeleka 5% tuipeleke pale na tuambie wananchi ya kwamba tuko tayari sisi kama wabunge wao ama wajumbe wao kutetea mambo yale ambayo wanayabeba mioyoni, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na nawahakikishie Mheshimiwa Spika, wale wanaosema kwamba CDF ni pesa ambayo inafaidi wabunge ni hawajasoma sheria, hawajui zile tuzungu wanaziita regulations za kusimamia hazina hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, hakuna shilingi ya CDF ambayo inaenda kufaidi mbunge yote aliyeko katika bunge la kitaifa. Mheshimiwa Spika, mara nyingine nasikia hata wenzetu maseneta wanasema mambo ambayo hawana uhakika nayo. Leo wanasema kwamba wao tuwape hazina yao ya kufanya, kizungu wanasema oversight, lakini kwa sababu wabunge wako na CDF wanakosa kujua, Mheshimiwa Spika, CDF si ya mbunge, CDF ni ya wananchi. CDF 100% haimfaidi mbunge. Sisi Mheshimiwa mbunge, tunashukuru Mungu, bunge hili linatuangalia vizuri. Tuko na mileage, tuko na pesa ya mshahara tunalipwa. Hatuhitaji kuchungulia hazina ya CDF kufaidi familia zetu na mfuko zetu. Sasa wabunge wale wenzetu wa seneti wanatakana wafahamu kwamba sisi tunapowatetea wapate pesa ya oversight, hatutawatetea wao peke yao. Hata sisi tunahitaji pesa ya kufanya oversight. Mheshimiwa Spika, haitakuwa vyema kufananisha hadi sisi tuko na CDF nao wanataka oversight. Tunasema kwamba atakana waelewe na wasome sheria ya CDF kuwa hizi pesa si zetu, ni za mwananchi. Lakini tukisema kwamba tunataka kuangalia pesa zinatumika vipi nchini, basi hata wanapopata oversight funds, Mheshimiwa Spika, hata mbunge wa eneo bunge, mbunge kina mama wanatakana pia wawezeshwe ili tuweze kufanya oversight yetu sawa. Mheshimiwa Spika, namaliza Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kuunga mkono mswada huu na kusema kwamba hata pesa za hazina ya kina mama ile tunaita affirmative fund ngaf, pia kwa kweli wanafanya kazi kubwa. Na mimi najua pale kwangu mheshimiwa wangu Mheshimiwa Haika Mizigi amesimama kidete sana na makundi yaliyosahaulika, kina mama, vijana. Na sasa ninaomba kwamba wakati tunapitisha hazina ya CDF kwenda 5%, na hii ya kina mama nayo pia tuiongeze, ili mbunge wa eneo bunge anapofanya kazi na yule anayesimamia masuala ya kina mama naye afanye kazi ya kueleweka, ili nchi yetu yote isonge mbele na tufaidike kama nchi yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, anasema asante, naunga mkono mabadiliko haya ya katiba. Asante.
Sawa. Mbunge wa Mandera South, Abdul Haro.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity.
I will take you from my colleagues, honorable members who have spoken before me, to thank the co-sponsors of this legislative proposal to amend the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2022, Honorable Gishimu and Honorable Mule, for this very timely legislative proposal to amend the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, CDF is a transformative development agenda which has actually transformed the lives of many Kenyans in the 290 constituencies. For example, Honorable Speaker, the 57 billion that has been spent on bursary the last 5 years only is not just a number. It's a resources that have been used to touch the lives of 6 million students who have benefited from the 57 million bursary funds in all the 290 constituencies. Honorable Speaker, I think we should make it very clear by saying that NGCDF is actually a concept that promotes localization of development in this country. This is because it is promoting or facilitating the shifting of power and responsibility and decision-making of development to the local stakeholders. Honorable Speaker, we have been told and we know CDF has been used to construct classrooms in all the 290 constituencies. It has been used to construct dormitories. It has been used to construct administrative blocks, libraries, toilets, school buses, staff houses in schools, chief's offices, and police posts. Honorable Speaker, I support the idea that the CDF has to be increased from the 2.5% of all the national government share of revenue to 5%. And by increasing the share from 2.5 to 5%, I think we should also advocate for the expansion of the function of the CDF, because right now it is largely covering education and the security sector. I am in support of the idea by one of our colleagues yesterday who said that water is an essential component that should be covered by CDF. I also think, apart from water, CDF should be the functions of CDF should be expanded to include energy, social security, and also perhaps the recruitment of untrained teachers, because in some of the constituencies where we are coming from, the administrators of those schools are really struggling with making sure they cover the curriculum, because the teachers posted by TSC are not enough. I know of schools in my constituency with very many students, like 500 students, with only 2 teachers, and the teachers are forced to look for funds which they don't have in order to employ the untrained teachers to cover the curriculum. Honorable Speaker, I think the idea that many Kenyans and especially the NGOs that have that have promoted in terms of trying to equate CDF to be funds managed by MPs is a fallacy. The CDF is our resources. It is money that has been actually decentralized, that is used in the 290 constituencies to help the beneficiaries who are our constituents, the communities and the schools and the police posts and police lines. And therefore, I think the lacuna we've had right now in the disbursement of CDF has really caused a lot of suffering. For example, in Mandera constituency where I come from, I receive calls every day where students are reporting of having been sent home because of lack of school fees. Students who have been reporting of missing their exams because they have been told they can't do exams because they have lots of fee balances. Students in, for example, one student I know in KMTC who has been forced to defer their courses because they are unable to report for the semester because of lack of school fees. And some students who have completely decided to drop out because they are unable to meet the school fees. I know of schools with 1,000 students in my constituency with only 2 toilets. And you go there in the morning, you see girls and boys lining up in order to make use of that facility. And those needs are increasing every day.
We have schools where students are now sitting on the floor without desks and seats. And I can only imagine come January when they will be having double intake, because we are having the sixth grade graduating to lower secondary, and also the standard day is going to Form 1. It can only be chaotic. And therefore, since these needs are increasing, teachers are worried, parents are worried, students are worried. We need the CDF, as we wait for this legislative proposal, the process of changing the constitution, amending the constitution to go through. We ask the CS Treasury to release the CF funds immediately so that we can continue meeting the needs of our constituents, and these needs are increasing by day. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the time.
The Honorable Member for Chesume, Honorable Paul Biego.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this motion on NGCDF, and as I stand here, I am actually perturbed and perplexed in whoever would imagine that they would want to deprive the poor what rightfully would belong to them. So, Madam Speaker, the CDF is quite a critical component in issues to do with education, because many of us, many people have actually passed through their school because of the funding from CDF. And as I stand here, Madam Speaker, many of my constituents keep on asking, when are we going to give them bursaries? So it's a pity that somebody somewhere would actually think that they would go away with the bursaries. The benefit, as many of the members have said, and my colleagues have said, the benefit is for the needy people. The benefit is not for us members of parliament. It is not for all those people who are on jobs. So I would stand here, the floor of this house, to support strongly that CDF and NGCDF and the Gulf should not be disbanded. Madam Speaker, many people have praised the CDF for incorporating the poverty index when allocating part of the funds. And this has a high impact potential in addressing historical and systemic wrongs, such as regional disparities. And as you remember, in CBS, the Central Bureau of Statistics found that Kenya was a nation with huge disparities in service accessibility, quality, and efficiency, and hence the CDF, being a public fund, plays a crucial role in addressing some of these disparities. When we walk and when you go across the constituencies and counties, Madam Speaker, you realize that the funds and the projects which have been funded by NGCDF or CDF earlier are the projects which are visible. There are so many other funds that have been allocated to our counties and constituencies which are not visible. And we know very well that the funds that have been given through CDF, their projects are visible. And we cannot go to the direction that somebody wants to take us so that we don't have those funds. Hadn't it been of those funds, some of the members, even in this particular house, and many people who are in the offices would not be sitting in their offices because they were products and beneficiaries of the CDF. There are young children right now who are in their homes, their villages and schools, who actually have dreams. And for their dreams to come through, then they need this funding. Otherwise, they'll not go to school. There's the issue of security also, Madam Speaker, and this funding was also helping in the issue of police stations. And even in my headquarters, back in Chesume constituency, the headquarters is called Chemundu. When you go to Chemundu police station, the officers there are in a pathetic situation. They live in houses that just look like like chicken houses. The office, I was surprised that there's a government office and police which looks like the one in Chemundu, because that one even looks like a house, a sheep house. So if we don't get this funding, I fear that there'll be many more things that will go wrong in issues to do with security. And I also wonder, because the level of accountability in CDF funding is so high, it is not in the mandate of a member of parliament. And I also wonder why the Senate would only want to be given also those funds to oversight, whereas we need it more because we're the ones who are accountable for those funding, just in case something goes wrong. And CDF is subject also to public participation. People usually go for public participation in order for CDF funds to be disbursed. And if there are any other complaints that emanate from the disbursement of CDF, I know that there is a mechanism for redress. So, Madam Speaker, I stand here being very confused as a member of parliament, because whoever wants to take away this CDF or NGCDF is a real enemy of not only the people of Kenya, but for the low class people, because those are the ones and those are the people who benefit from the NGCDF. So for me, I would like it to be entrenched into the Constitution, and so that we can have an end to this debate. Finally, as I go to sit, I would like to humbly call upon the sponsors of this motion, Hon Gishimu and Hon Mule, to speed up this process and bring it into a bill so that it can go through all the procedures and processes in the House within the shortest time possible. So with that, I can donate my time to many other members, but I strongly support that NGCDF should not be disbanded. Thank you.
Very well. Now, Honorable Member for Homa Bay, the Honorable Bensouda.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. For purposes of record, I've stayed along before giving my maiden speech. Madam Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to give my maiden speech to the 13th Parliament. My name is Joyce Atieno Sogo Bensouda. My entitlements is Honorable and Doctor. Those are not parts of my name, but they are my achievements. I want to say that I'm honorable, not in the 13th Parliament alone, but I was Honorable Bensouda in the county government of Kisumu as the Minister for Roads, Transport and Public Works. I want to say that this day I'm the Honorable Joyce Atieno Sogo Bensouda as the County MP, Homa Bay County. I have taken over from Honorable Gladys Wanga, who was the woman rep and now is the sitting elected governor, Homa Bay County. Allow me in my introduction to say that I'm born and bred in Homa Bay County, and so I'm representing a county which I understand. I'm born there, I'm married there, I've stayed there, and I understand their challenges, I understand their achievements, I understand their gaps. I want to take this opportunity to thank my God who has given us this life, and this far we have come, we cannot take it for granted. Madam Speaker, I want to say that we serve a God who turns impossibilities to possibilities. And therefore, even as we stand in this house, I believe each and every one of us is going to attest for the fact and the position that he or she was elected. Madam Speaker, allow me to say that I am a married Christian professional woman leader who is going to work and serve diligently for this nation. Madam Speaker, it is my honor this day to appreciate, acknowledge Homa Bay County, who elected me to be in this 13th Parliament. That I do not take it for granted. I cherish them, and with a lot of passion and humility, I am going to serve them, and because they took their time to vote me in, I appreciate them and I salute them this day. Madam Speaker, I would not forget to thank my party leader, who is none other than His Excellency Right Honorable, the former Prime Minister, Raila Amolo Odinga, because through his footsteps, I'm in this parliament through the party of ODM, which I respect. Madam Speaker, allow me to say that politics is behind us, and now it is service delivery. As we are in this parliament, Madam Speaker, I want to say that we are engaged as the arm of the government, that is legislation. Without looking into the political divides, we must be able to serve Kenyans diligently. Madam Speaker, I want to confirm that the motion in place is very relevant for Honorable Bensouda. Why am I saying so, Madam Speaker? I want to say that I'm a career educator, and I want to say that I'm one of the professional teachers who has the credit and distinction of teaching in all cadres of level of education. I want to confirm to this House that I am a primary school teacher. So when any issue comes and arises, Madam Speaker, dealing with policies, I understand them from the perspective of practicality and not just a politician. Madam Speaker, I want to say that I am a high school teacher. I'm trained and graduated, professionally qualified from the world-class university. That is the Nairobi University. Madam Speaker, I want to say and record in this House that I'm also a lecturer, professionally trained and qualified. I owe my master's degree at the University of Nairobi. I owe my doctorate in philosophy in project planning and management. Madam Speaker, I find that absolutely relevant for me to serve in this House as an MP. Madam Speaker, I want to say that not only am I owning doctorate in philosophy in project planning and management, I am specialized in project monitoring and evaluation. All this equates to devolution. All this equates to what we need to serve in our constituencies or our counties. Madam Speaker, having said that, I want to really appreciate the seniors in this House because we learn from footsteps. When you enter into somebody's house, you observe, you watch, you listen. I have listened, I have observed, I've taken my time to see how members debate, I have taken my time to learn on the conduct and presentation. Madam Speaker, that gives me an edge to start my footing in this House. Madam Speaker, I want to recognize with a lot of humility the late Wangari Maathai as a woman leader in this country. I'm recognizing the late Wangari Maathai because his life is anchored in one of my key issues or items in my manifesto. That is environmental conservation, which I will elaborate a little bit, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to say that from my observation as a key stakeholder in this country and a leader, I want to give my opinion on the institutions that exist in this country. I want to say that as leaders who are given the time to serve in each and every institution, be it the executive, be it the judiciary, be it the legislature, we must be transparent, honest, and accountable to the work that we are doing. I want to say, Madam Speaker, that we do not have time. Kenyans are watching over us. Madam Speaker, Kenyans do not want stories. Madam Speaker, Kenyans do not want sideshows. This House, I believe, in the 13th Parliament, the fourth estate is asking, what is it that we're going to do different from what has been done in other years? Madam Speaker, I want to say that without looking and observing into our political divides, we must serve Kenyans. There are issues. As an educator, number one, I would want to see the courts upholding the spirit of education. Otherwise, we cannot be discussing education issues, formulating education policies, and then at certain points, we give doublespeak. Madam Speaker, I want to say that as a Christian, I want the churches, it is my proposal, it is my quest that the churches should also be looked into in this country. And I'm very happy that our president is one of the spiritual persons that we have in this country. And I always see prayers ongoing in State House. We want to see this cascaded to Protestants, the Anglicans, each and every denomination. Even in our language, we have one, nomea, if you allow me to say. Madam Speaker, I want to say that when it comes to gatherings, public holidays, we must cushion, we must be equitable even with our prayers, not only one side. Let us have all these denominational and religious leaders brought on board. If anything, the churches need to develop and grow. Why don't we also think about that? I think I'll bring one of the motions to cater for that. Madam Speaker, I want to talk as a woman leader in this nation. Where I come from, Homa Bay County, I want to say that there are many challenges which cuts across, and we cannot overlook other regions at the expense of this region. In Homa Bay County, where I come from currently, we have 9 sub-counties. These 9 sub-counties, they have the potentials that can be tapped by utilization of the resources which are available. Some natural, some can be initiated through innovativeness. Madam Speaker, I want to say that there is need for the government. There is need for this House. There are some motions which doesn't need a lot of time for debate about it. They require action. I am very happy and encouraged that our key leaders of this country had in the past acknowledged that there are some gaps in our Constitution. Madam Speaker, I would want to concur with that. And if we have acknowledged that there are some gaps, it is our duty and responsibility to restore the gaps. I want to believe that laws was not made for us, neither man was made for that, but we are supposed to come out and ensure that the gap which is existing is filled. No wonder we are elected to represent our electorates. Madam Speaker, I want to say that in the county where I come from, there is serious youth unemployment. This is a song that has been sung for the last years. For how long are we going to talk about youth employment without creating the resources of mitigating by levels of percentages? Madam Speaker, we have the big fish, the lake region in that place. We want to have the other side of Mombasa for tourists so that we can have Mombasa region also come to Homa Bay County. Madam Speaker, when we are talking about on the motion, the national government and CDF funds, I've heard and listened keenly in this House, Madam Speaker. There is no doubt, there is no choice. If anything, all these funds under the 5 segments, economic stimuli, and including the senators that they need some money for oversight. As a project planner, there is no oversight which can be done with mere observation. A project oversight, if you want it to be informative, Madam Speaker, it must be planned for. And I want to say,
well, your time is up. Very well spoken member for Homa Bay. You have 2 minutes.
With a lot of humility.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Now, I will cut my maiden speech short and come directly to the motion, and that is NGAF. I believe the Constitution says that women representatives, we are supposed to be representing the youths, the women, and PWDs. As we are doing this amendment, one, the NGAF must be anchored in the Constitution. It is not favor. Standing on my feet as you observe me, Madam Speaker, I'm not just worth being given just some money. I am worth representing with a lot of practicality. Madam Speaker, we resigned to come and serve the people of this nation. We did not resign to come and be given mere resources, yet we have taxpayers' money that can equally be equitably distributed so that service delivery can be felt. For instance, as women rep, my people expect to see markets, which I promised them during my campaigns. A woman with a storage facility, Madam Speaker, a woman with a sitting chair, a woman with aprons, a woman who can sell his products requires resources. It is not just mere resources. And therefore, because we have a lot of constituencies that we are representing, I want to speak strongly that the GAF must be restructured. I want it to go on record. I want to say that when CDF is being given 2.5%, GAF must also increase, because the women are the basket of the family and of the society. And we are standing firm that the committees who will be dealing with these issues must remember to make amendments that are informative and that can be anchored in the Constitution. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do not want to be a disobedient pupil, but next time we must cherish men and women in this House. Honorable Waheshimiwa, when CDF, we know what they're doing down there. When you are advocating for CDF, the women...
Very well spoken member for Homa Bay County. The Honorable Member for Roysambu, Augustine Mwafrika. He spoke already. He is number 1 on my list. So then the next one will be the member for Chepalungu, Honorable Victor Koech.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for this particular time, so I can make my contribution towards this particular motion, legislative proposal to amend the Constitution so as to entrench NGCDF in our Constitution. From the onset, Honorable Speaker, I want to make it short on my end because honorable members have spoken to this particular motion. I want to appreciate the 2 honorable members who came up with this particular motion, the Honorable Githinji and the Honorable Mule. It was a brilliant idea to have this particular motion before this honorable House so we can ventilate and to make our recommendations and to also make it known to all Kenyans, to all the citizens, that we care for their needs. I want to register from the onset, my Honorable Speaker, I want to register my support and to make it known that before this particular, before NGCDF, before 2003, the order of development in our constituency were achieved through Arambes. CDF came in to do regional balance through implementation of local development projects, and particularly those that take care of the needs of the people that we serve. Madam Speaker, I want to mention a few projects that are being undertaken by CDF in my constituency. I have an MTC that is located at a place called Shongirei within my constituency. This particular project, I would want to make it to completion through the same CDF. Madam Speaker, we have the bursaries. Our children are crying. Our learners and the parents call us day in, day out, requesting for bursaries. As members, we don't have answers. And that is the reason why we are not only praying, we are also pleading, but we will use the legislative arm that is given to us by the Constitution to ensure that CDF is entrenched in the Constitution. And I want to request the two honorable members, if they can approach it in a bipartisan way, so to bring in the Senate, it will be a good idea, and it will serve this particular House well. Madam Speaker, as to why I support this particular motion entirely is because before 2013, before 2003, the number of primary schools within my constituency were less than 40. As I speak today, the number of primary schools within my constituency are above 80. The number of day secondary school in number, they are roughly 77. In terms of education sector, CDF, as it can be seen, has done a lot. And that is why we want to support this particular motion and to see to it that it is implemented in its entirety. Madam Speaker, I would want to call upon the activists who actually went to court to register this particular case. But happily, Madam Speaker, the case that is in court actually considers the 2013. The one that is the one that is active now is NTZTF 2015. This particular activist should have told about the needy people within our constituency. They should even at least have considered the orphans who only depend entirely on CDF for their education. Madam Speaker, we want to support this particular motion, and I want to donate the remainder of my time to the honorable members who are here so they can also contribute to this particular motion. Thank you.
Member for Bonchari.
To contribute to this proposal to amend the Constitution so that we can anchor some of these very important tools that we need for development in this country. Madam Speaker, in this House, the members represent the people of Kenya. They are speaking for the people of Kenya. So when we hear all the members are in support of this motion, it means the people of Kenya have spoken. And it would be absurd if anybody from any corner is thinking to the contrary. Madam Speaker, in Bonchari, the constituent that I represent, we want urgently more CDF without interruption. We've had several interruptions which have affected our people adversely in many areas, in many respects. Many kids are not going to school because they don't have money to go to school. Up to about 30 schools in Bonchari need repair. They need the infrastructure, the classrooms, playgrounds, laboratories, dormitories, etc., etc. It's making the learning very difficult. It's hampering the performance of the students. It's hampering the retention of the students in the schools. Madam Speaker, the state of security in Bonchari is not very good. We need more police officers. To go with that, we need the officers that they need. We need more housing for the police officers, as well as those people who support them. Our chiefs and assistant chiefs, our DCCs, our ACCs don't have offices. And we're looking forward to having the CDF monies to be able to provide the housing that they need, the officers that they need, so that they can be able to discharge their responsibilities and their duties, and we can have the security that we need. Madam Speaker, our sports, as you're probably aware, in Kisi we produce wonderful sports people. But because we lack the resources to train our upcoming sports people, we are lagging behind. And the CDF, as one of its responsibilities, to support sporting, and this is the fund that we're looking to be able to support our upcoming athletes, sports people, so that the talent can be developed. And Madam Speaker, it will be remiss that we should ignore the administration of CDF, and that CDF has largely substantially lived to the letter and spirit of the Constitution, in particular, Article 201. It speaks to equity, prudence, accountability, public participation, and inclusivity. With regard to equity, I mean, you look at the public finance management principles, and you look at how the CDF has been administered in the past and how it's provided for under the law, it meets all the principles or the tenets of equity. It caters for the demographics in terms of sex, in terms of age, in terms of religion, in terms of regions. So it's a pretty good fund, and the way it's been modeled. The prudence in terms of frugality, in terms of how it's been spent, if you look at what is provided for example, for administration, which is akin to recurrent portion of expenditure in the county and national government, is merely 6%. 6%, it means that up to 94% goes to development. Look at the county government, look at the national government, a whopping 70%, 60% to 80% goes to recurrent expenditure, meaning we are left with only 30% to cater for development. No wonder our roads are in a terrible state in the country. No wonder our hospitals are in a terrible state. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, there are no pending bills for all the 290 constituencies for the projects undertaken by CDF, for the expenditures incurred by CDF. But look at the national government, look at the county government, the pending bills are terrible. We're talking upward of 5 billion, and it's something that is worrying in this country in terms of physical management. Madam Speaker, looking at what is being proposed so that to be anchored in the Constitution, the NGCDF, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, the Senate Oversight Fund, the Economic Stimulus and Empowerment Fund, we've got to be careful here, and for the proposal that we probably need some caucus to look at the details so that we don't meet pitfalls or headwinds ahead. And I really get scared when I hear members discussing or talking about headwinds ahead, because it will be a terrible, terrible mistake for this country in any way to affect the performance or the flow of CDF. Be affecting very many lives, be affecting very many regions. I don't know where we will be. As it has been noted, you go to any part of the country, you're going to see CDF, a footprint of CDF everywhere. You can't speak so much about the other funds that we have in the nation. Now, the Senate Oversight Fund, Madam Speaker, as the caucus is, or the caucus that's going to be looking at the details, got to be careful, because if you're going to earmark revenue or funds for the Senate Oversight, that's kind of risky in the sense that even the National Assembly carries out oversight. So are we therefore saying that it's only Senate that carries out oversight? We might be making a mistake here, and therefore it needs to be looked at more carefully and find either the right language, or we find a way of dealing with it, or it's mere administrative. Now, I hear a lot of members proposing or supporting the idea that we need to add the amount of CDF. We double it from the current 2.5% to 5%. But let's be careful here, Madam Speaker, because the 2.5% that we're currently dealing with is based on the revenue in totality that is collected for the entire nation, all the revenue. So the base is bigger. But in the proposal that we are looking at, it's going to be based on the revenue that is shared to the national government. So the base is smaller. So the 5% does not necessarily translate to the double the amount that you're looking for. So that probably we need to look at the numbers. We're probably looking at 6% or 7% if our objective is to achieve the double the amount that we are currently dealing with. Madam Speaker, the Economic Stimulus and Empowerment Fund is very important, and I support it in its totality. That it needs to be anchored in the Constitution, as well as the NG CDF, so that you're able to, as well as the NG, the Affirmative Action Fund, so that they're able to do the work as it is intended, without unnecessary interruptions, like you've had in the past. And the people out there that we are representing can have a peace of mind. Every time we are in the House or out there, there are calls from our members wondering what's the fate of the CDF. If given the opportunity, we can bring all people from Bonchari as evidence that CDF must stay. I think, or I dare say, it's probably the same from every constituency. We can have all the Kenyans coming here to prove the point that CDF has got to stay. So let's find the right house for it. If it's in the Constitution, so be it. And Madam Speaker, I know that the proposal suggests that it be housed under Article 204. That's the right place because that's where we have the equalization fund. So in terms of putting the subject matters together, that's the right place. Madam Speaker, I support and thank you very much.
Very well. The next person is the member from Beere North, the Honorable Geoffrey Ruku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this registration proposal. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, CDF or national government CDF has achieved so much in this country. And if there is a time when the National Assembly and the Senate, they need to be in tandem, they need to talk in one voice, it is this time. Because if there is something good that happened to this country, is when Honorable Karoe introduced the CDF so that it can take care of education, environment, and security in all constituencies in the Republic of Kenya. And from when CDF was enacted, it has operated under the whims of the people or the whims of few individuals. And I think it's high time, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that the national government CDF fund, CDF, does not operate under the whims of few individuals. It should be anchored in the Constitution or in the supreme will of the people of the Republic of Kenya, and that is the Constitution of this nation. It is known that the levels of poverty in the rural areas of the Republic of Kenya are huge. Matters to do with education, matters to do with the roads network in the rural areas. Water is a very serious issue, especially in my constituency. Water is a serious issue. And if, my Honorable Speaker, if it is possible within the law, it will be very, very key to expand the law of the national government CDF to also include the matters of water as well as the matters of infrastructure. Of course, we know there is the Kenya Rural Roads, which takes care of not all the rural roads in the constituencies, but some of them, depending on the grades. but it is the Kenyans who use these roads, whether the ungraded as the ones for the counties or the ungraded as the ones for the constituencies, I mean for the national government, all of them, they serve the same people. So it is important to harmonize, Madam Speaker, to ensure that we increase the CDF from 2.5% at the moment to 5%, as proposed in the amendment. Honorable Speaker, it is important to ensure that there is no war between the Senate and the National Assembly. I want to repeat this. I want this to sink because, of course, different analysts out there who say this proposal should also start at the Senate. As we give, as we anchor the CDF Act in the Constitution, we also propose the oversight funds for the county government to be provided to the senators. This will ensure every functions carried out by government at the national level and the county level are well implemented in a well-coordinated manner, and there is value for money. Madam Speaker, I stand to support this registration. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Bishop Koskei, nominated member. Let the Honorable Bishop Koskei have the mic, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this motion this afternoon. I support, and I begin by supporting the motion to amend this, the Constitution to entrench the National Government Constituencies Development Fund because of two reasons. Number one, common practices in social management indicates that you cannot take away an impactful privilege enjoyed by citizens lawfully over time, unless, of course, it is a consequence for challenging certain behavior in administration or mischief. To the contrary, over the years when CDF enacted and entrenched in the law, it has served the citizens of this country positively in socio-economic as well as in what cohesion of the people, bridging the gaps between those who have and those who doesn't have, contextually. Secondly, I support this motion because we are Africans. Relationship between leaders and the people must be experienced with a mutually bonding relationship where people can tell and express themselves to their leaders and express their needs as they put form to those needs culturally and locally. And so people are able to walk into a member of parliament who is representing them in their needs and begin to tell them about local priorities which may not be reflected nationally. It has worked very well. We cannot deny our people this privilege. This afternoon, as we debate on this, I witnessed that the proposer and the proponent of this motion has given about 4 items into this motion. I believe that as this motion progresses, we might have to segregate all the issues and discuss them independently. But as we contribute to this afternoon, I wish to support the motion, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Esther Passaris, member for Nairobi County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to first say a big thank you to my coalition party, Azimio, One Kenya Alliance, for nominating me to the Pan-African Parliament and the August House for passing the same. I look forward to serving with the honorable members that have so been selected and nominated into the Pan-African Parliament, and to making sure that we address the issues of Africa in totality and hold our flag up high. I stand to support the legislative proposal to amend the Constitution, Amendment Bill 2022 by Honorable Gashimu Gitinji and Honorable Stephen Mule. Madam Speaker, CDF, Constituency Development Fund, has done so much good. When some of the schools that I go to, and I'll just point out to Kibra constituency, we have Shadrach Emilel Secondary, Bagathi Girls Secondary, Raila Education Center, Woodley Boys, Raila Education Center as well. All these schools and institutions that have been built by CDF are serving the community. If you care to look at what was there before these schools were built, you will realize the importance of CDF. During the time of giving out bursaries, again you see the amount of families that come out to ask for bursaries because they cannot afford to pay the bursaries that are the school fees for their children. And this is something that has really helped. The Constituency Development Fund gives over 25 million shillings in bursaries. They also build police stations. We know with the growing population, the police are challenged, and we also know that they need the police stations. But I also feel that while we're looking for this legislative proposal to amend the Constitution, we need to also look at how better can we enhance CDF. Can we make sure that CDF also participates in environment by ensuring that they can plant the trees? Because we need more trees, especially in our schools. Can we ensure that CDF can also look into areas in the schools, areas such as playgrounds for the children to be able to play? There's so many things that we can do to enhance learning. We can also look at how we can also improve. In terms of one of the honorable members here stated today that CDF does not have recurring expenditure, but they would want to also be able to provide the teachers, because at the moment there's a shortage of teachers in the schools, and if they were able to do that, they would be able to actually enhance the learning in the schools. While I stand here, I also want to speak about the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, NGAF, to which I'm a patron, and all women reps are patron. Now, GAF, unlike CDF, is not anchored in terms of percentage of the national budget. CDF gets 2.5%. We really believe that they should get more than that, 5%, so that they can build more schools. I also feel that we need to look at how we can enhance constituencies that have a higher population. It is really sad to see a constituency like Kasarani, which has over 300,000 people, getting the same amount of CDF as a constituency in Lamu that has 11,000 people. So what we need to do is find a way to look at the population as we disburse CDF as well, so that the higher populations can have more money, because you will find that they do not have enough schools in those densely populated areas, because they can only build so many schools with the funds they have. Transition from primary to secondary. We have a lot of primary schools, but we don't have enough secondary schools. Now, if we look at both CDF and GAF, GAF is not anchored in terms of percentage to the national cake. And the reason why GAF is not is because GAF was an accidental kind of fund for the women reps. What happened is there was 2 billion shillings for a rerun. We didn't have a rerun, and then the women in the 12th Parliament went and actually asked, the 11th Parliament, went and asked if that fund could be given to the women reps. And why would they ask for a fund? Because this country is different from other countries in the sense that we need relationships between the people we represent and the legislators. Kenyans want to know, what have you done for me lately? How have you benefited my child? And if we remove CDF and we remove GAF, then what will happen is that the people that we serve will basically feel that there's nothing in it for them to even come out and vote. We saw the voter apathy that we had in the last election. Over 8 million people did not vote. You eliminate these funds, CDF, GAF, you will see that people will not feel the need to vote anymore, because what's in it for them? They will never be able to access the executive. They will never be able to go to the ministries. And if the county governments were able to address the issues of schools, the issues of bursaries, and I know they do bursaries, if they were able to address the issues of schools and police stations, then we would say, okay, fine, they are doing it, they have done it. But we've seen the devolution in the county governments are already having challenges in that they have a bloated staff, and they have a lot of debt that they have to cover over the years. So we need to understand that right now, as the population grows, we need more schools, we need more police stations, we need to actually support the families that actually cannot afford to educate their children. So when it comes to GAF, I would really like to appeal that GAF too becomes anchored into the constitution in terms of a percentage. Because now, when you look at GAF, we as women reps per constituency get only 6 million shillings. So if you're getting 6 million shillings for a constituency, that means, and the vote for bursaries, I want to just compare bursaries. For bursaries, the woman rep has 1.2 million for the entire year. The MP, the single constituency MP, has 25 million. So of course, when you're comparing, how do the majority, which are the men, in the single constituency do in comparison to the women, you see that they call a huge crowd, they reach out to more people, and we are only able to reach out in a ward per year to only 20 students if we're giving 10,000 shillings. 20 students in an entire ward is not going to be felt. Another thing that we have a problem with when it comes to GAF is that it is actually, it's supposed to be an affirmative action fund. And an affirmative action fund, when you want to help chamas, and you're telling chamas, oh, the woman rep has got money for chamas, then you're only able to give 10 chamas in a year funding and 2 per ward, then it's not actually able to make you be felt. And this is the thing, our constituents want to feel the leaders. They want to access that representation. They want to see how can you improve our lives. Now there is all this talk about the Hustler Fund, looking for funding, and in so doing, they might actually collapse some of these funds. And I have actually heard His Excellency the President saying that no, he has understood and understands the importance of CDF and GAF. Our able chair, Rahab Mukami, went in and actually represented us and actually said, you know what, if you're looking to cut funds, do not cut GAF, because GAF was going to be cut further by 500 million. We're hoping that GAF can be given a percentage as well. And because we serve the county, we also want to ensure that we also have an oversight. You know, when the senators are asking for oversight, I also heard the honorable members here who are representing the CDF asking for the same, because we are patrons. We actually need the oversight to ensure that we do the monitoring and evaluation to make sure that the fund has actually done what it was meant to do. So for me, as a country, we cannot afford to lose this benefit that comes through the MPs to the people that we represent. They need the bursaries. Right now, if you look at my phone, the amount of messages that are coming in asking for bursaries, children are being sent home on a daily basis. I mean, how are we going to ensure that the population actually goes to school? And I don't mind it's a devil's playing field. All these children, if they cannot go to school, if we cannot have police stations, if we cannot have bursaries, if we cannot have more schools, then we're going to have a problem in that we're going to be breeding criminals rather than able citizens who are going to actually serve this country going forward. So I support this fully, and I ask that the President honestly works towards his Hustler Fund, which is important, but to also enhance the CDF as well as the National Government Affirmative Action Fund. Thank you.
Very well, member for Nairobi County. The Honorable Geoffrey Mwangi, member for Tetu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute. It has been indeed a long wait. But Madam Speaker, before I make my contribution, it's important to bring to your attention that this place has become excessively cold. We are freezing. So maybe, I don't know whether the air conditioning has been increased, but it is not very, very comfortable, especially for those of us who have to wait for a long time to make our contribution. Let me go straight to my point, and first of all to thank the Honorable Geshimo and the Honorable Mule for bringing this motion to the floor of the House. This is indeed very, very important. I do not want to belabor what my colleagues have said in terms of the importance of the Constituency Development Fund. The Honorable Mule yesterday did a fantastic job when he gave us a glowing numbers in terms of the contribution of CDF, construction of classrooms, purchase of buses, giving of bursaries, construction of police stations and dormitories and so on and so forth. I do not wish to repeat all that. But it is important to know that as we sit here, there are thousands of children who are not going to school. And here I'm specifically talking about my constituency, Tetu, because they all depend on bursaries from the CDF kitty or the NG-CDF kitty to be able to pay for their school fees. And so it is important that we note that while these children are not going to school, the children of those who stopped the disbursement of this fund, who are more likely to be in private schools or in international schools, their studies are going on, and it is important that they spare a thought for the poor children of this nation. I know that the Supreme Court and indeed all the lower courts declared this fund unconstitutional based on the 2013 Act. And Madam Speaker, I'm aware of something called the spirit and the letter of the law. The letter of the law, yes, interpreted strictly, may have led to the interpretation that was given by the court. But the spirit of CDF was to help poor Kenyans. It was not for the benefit of MPs, as many people imagine. It was to ensure that children go to school. It was to ensure that we are able, as a country, to be able to meet our goals of especially education. As we speak, Madam Speaker, we are now actively undermining the 100% transition to secondary schools, because many of the children who joined Form 1 and now they have been sent away may not return back to school. We are actively undermining the Sustainable Development Goals, which this country subscribes to, goal number 4 on quality education. So it is very, very important that we have this fund reinstated as soon as possible. And because, Madam Speaker, just like those who have contributed before me have said, that there is no law that stops the Minister for Treasury and National Planning from releasing funds today. So we call upon the Minister to release the funds immediately so that we are able to start returning these children to schools and also to finish the projects that are being done by CDF. Madam Speaker, I now wish to just comment on the amendment as it has been proposed here. And I would suggest that, Madam Speaker, we amend clause or Article 204A, where we have talked about that the CDF or the NG-CDF, which shall be a national fund consisting of monies of an amount of not less than 5% of all national government share of revenue, we change that to read total revenue. This will mean that we'll be working with a proper denominator as far as the calculation of the 5 percentage point is concerned. On Article 204B, Madam Speaker, I propose that the proponents of this motion consider changing Article 1, which reads, there is established the Senate Oversight Fund. And I would propose that it reads, there is established a Parliamentary Oversight Fund, so that this not only covers Senate from an oversight point of view, but also covers the National Assembly. I also suggest that clause 2, all monies allocated under this article shall be considered as funds allocated to the Senate pursuant to Article 206, subsection 2, be changed to read, all articles allocated all monies allocated under this article shall be considered as funds allocated to Parliament pursuant to Article 206(2). And then thereafter, this House can come and enact the necessary legislation to give life to that article. Madam Speaker, Article 204D, where it says that there shall be established the Economic Stimulus and Empowerment Fund, again to ensure that this is anchored in constituencies, which right now are the basic units of development. I propose that this is changed to read that there is established a national government constituency stimulus, economic stimulus fund, and empowerment fund, and that we also ensure that this fund is made to be 1% again of all national revenues. I am happy with the proposals that have been made on the GAF, and I propose that they, go in as has been proposed. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, and as we change this constitution, and remembering that this is the first time that we are amending the constitution of 2010. So this is a historical moment for this House. And I call upon all members, both in the National Assembly and also in the Senate, it is time to close ranks and ensure that we enact these important changes to our constitution so that we can bring life, or we can give life to these funds so that they can be able to help our people. There has been restrictions on the use of the CDF or the NGCDF. And when it comes to enacting the laws that are going to operationalize these constitutional changes, I would suggest that it is important that we increase the scope of what CDF can do to cover certain aspects of agriculture and water. Because, Madam Speaker, you'll agree with me, if you go to our constituencies, the most visible development projects, and most of them have been restricted to education and security, are NGCDF projects. Many times when I go to my constituency, I see many opportunities of things I could do around water, around agriculture, especially farmer training, which today our counties are not doing so well. And this is where this country is lagging behind in food security. And because members of parliament are nearer to the constituents, if we can be given power to superintend over certain aspects of agriculture, especially extension services and training, which can also be seen as an extension of education, and certain aspects of water and irrigation, I think this can be, can again catalyze the development of our country, especially from a food security point of view. So, Madam Speaker, I rise to support this motion with all my heart, and I hope that very, very soon we shall have this motion seeing the light of the day, and our first constitutional amendment will be a glorious moment for the children of this country, for the poor and the needy in this country, and for indeed all Kenyans. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Very well, member for Tetu. The Honorable Martin Owino, member for Dhiwa.
Madam Speaker, this opportunity is well appreciated. And allow me to say kudos to my colleagues who sponsors this legislative proposal, Honorable Gishimu and also Honorable Muli. Madam Speaker, the bridge between the poor and the wealthy is education. And that is what is being attacked here, because the driver is the CDF. Many have talked about this. Just allow me to personalize it in my constituency, what CDF have done. Madam Speaker, since independence, their constituency had no institution of higher learning until last time when I got in, and now we have KMTC with so many kids, over 100 of them. Now, Speaker, we have ICT, 4 of them. ICT hubs giving young people opportunity to learn how to do digital economy, courtesy CDF. Every term we process close to 10,000 applications from poor families, and at the same time gives 40 bursaries, full bursaries to kids so that they can go to school. Now those kids are at home. And honorable members, let us look at it this way. The children of the wealthy are not at home. They're the poor children from vulnerable families who are at home, and others are learning. And that will bring disparity even in the performances when the exams are taken. This is what we are saying here. I was able to do several classrooms, renovation, new ones. I have, I'm close to you, Madam Speaker. I have so many schools, over 200 schools. And all of them, most of them actually, since independence, some kids have never seen any cemented floor, and they're sitting on the ground. So I've managed to cement so many of them, build so many of them. There were no laboratories, laboratory equipments, and these kids compete with every kid, even Alliance. But courtesy of CDF, now they can level up and also compete like any other kid from anywhere. Madam Speaker, since independence, we have never had any DCI office. Chiefs were having barazas under the trees and going for calls in the bushes. You can't imagine. But right now, most of them are housed and also having decent sanitary blocks. Madam Speaker, there is nothing like emergency which comes from the county and the national. All the stormed houses or fire emergencies are catered for by CDF. So whoever is trying to belittle this fund is destroying the vulnerable families in our constituencies. They say this fund was for MPs. Why are the kids at home? Why can't they respond to their fortune? Even the sectors which we give money, a lot of money to education nationally, why can't they respond to the fee now? Because of no CDF, they are at home. That's a good sign that this is community-loved funding, and that should not be interfered with. There's also an element that the Treasury should take very seriously. The projects which were started are stalled because the funds are delayed. Now to redo them, because the overrun expenses will be there, they will be more expensive. So it's like government shooting itself on the foot. And Madam Speaker, it will be oxymoron if we in the House have the power and we continue to beg money to be released. I want to submit to this House, if they don't release this money next month, then we have the authority not to pass any budget in this House. Let us not do it. Even supplementary should not be passed in this House. Because we have the power and the authority and we keep on begging these guys. No, let us say no. Let us put our foot down so that we can get the right for the people. Because it's not our fight. We are fighting for the people we represent. And we have to stand firm on this. Many a times we plead with the executive. It shouldn't be. when it comes to monetary issues. The MP for Boshari talked well. 5% or percentum based on shared revenue is so little. Let's work for the national GDP or the total revenue, as one of the members said here. That is when we can get the stuff. Remember, most of the money remains here at the national level, and education is not devolved. And yet, we don't have any impact of what they do on the ground. So we are trying to push as much as possible through this legislation. That's why we are saying let it be 5%, GAF also increase, so that even if they remain with 70-something or 80%, but we have pushed a bit, a chunk, to the communities. Last point, because I don't want to belabor much, many have been talked here. I think GAF also should be anchored onto law. I remember in Homa Bay, Honorable Wanga has done a lot of markets and also helping women with the training. That's a very important fund, should be anchored. As for the oversight, there's nothing like Senate in the Constitution. As you put it right, let it be a parliamentary oversight. Because we do oversight, but it was not anchored there. I mean, most of us were using their money to see that everything is done correctly. So if we have to have oversight funding, then let it be parliamentary, because all of us are members of parliament, including the senators. So if you single it out like this, it should not be well. My last point, and it's very important, this omnibus approach is not going to help us. Let us separate these legislations so that each can have its own merit, especially binding it up with this CDF, which we love so much. No, let each bill take its course so that we can push this as fast as possible. And let it be known that releasing of the funds for CDF is not dependent on this legislative proposal, because the court did not annul the CDF, the NG-CDF. So that it be clear. All the opponents trying to advocate otherwise, they are doomed, because that is what it is. What was annulled was the CDF of 2013, not NG-CDF 2015. That is very clear. That's why we are not begging for the Treasury to release the money to the board so that our kids can go back to school and we can also finish the project. With that, Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Very well. The Honorable Dido Raso, member for Saku.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to say on the onset, the collapse of education will come with annulment of CDF. Any attempt to do away with CDF, then it will have catastrophic consequence for education, particularly for those of us who come from rural constituencies. And I want to agree with Honorable Owino there that if by December we don't get particularly the bursaries, a lot of our schools, particularly the day secondary schools, might not open because they will not have the necessary funding. I want to thank Honorable Gichumu and Honorable Mule for what I consider to be a constitutional amendment that was measured. For a long time in this parliament, we have been treated to tokenism and favors in the CDF or national government CDF being available to us. I think by suggesting or giving us this proposal, I think we are moving away from tokenism and favors to what is available in the Constitution for this particular fund to be available not just for us, but for generations to come, of leaders who will sit in this house and manage the affairs of their country. Madam Speaker, for a long time, the burden has been on our parents. For those of us who are in slightly older ages, we have come through a system where Harambee was the order of the day. With this particular funding becoming available, a lot of young boys and girls have been able to get education to the highest level that their faculties will allow them based on availability of CDF funding. I think also on the same, our court must get rid of activism where it is not necessary. Because I am sure there are judges, magistrates, advocates who are sitting in our courts who have benefited from the goodwill of the Kenyan people through the national government CDF. And they should be the last to throw it out through the window. And the onus is on them to actually respect that in a big way. Madam Speaker, in 2015, I remember in this House, we were able to pass a constitutional amendment because of the equalization fund. I think we came together, we rallied. Although the equalization fund was going to address less than 14 counties. But this time round, the CDF addresses the Kenyan nation, 290 constituencies. Today, I believe as we sit here, we are receiving messages that children are out of school. Some schools depend on CDF to even purchase food for the pupils who attend those schools. In the absence of this, then we are even forced to borrow food that is meant for the population. Madam Speaker, I want to finish by saying this. This constitutional amendment is not in vain. The honorable members have used Article 1, where through the duly elected representatives, members can move a constitutional amendment. Secondly, Article 94(5) clearly says that nothing will have the full force of the law. Nothing can be done by anyone in this country if it has not been approved by the National Assembly or the parliaments of Kenya. For that reason, Madam Speaker, I support this amendment. It is good that we have brought the Senate on board. We have also brought the National Government Affirmative Action Fund on board. The reason is all these funds will reach the lowest levels in our country. It is the only fund that touches the ground. And that is why it is even more important than having the devolution fund, where a lot of it is appropriated. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Very well. The Honorable Zamzam, member for Mombasa County.
Asante sana, Madam Speaker, na leo najitoa kimasumasu kuweza kuunga mjadala huu wa kuweza kuregesha mgao wa ngafu na mgao wa CDF, NDCDF. Kwa hiyo mimi ningependa kusema kuwa mpaka sasa tunavyojadili swala hili hapa bungeni, tuna watoto ambao hawajakwenda shuleni na wazazi wao wanaishi katika hali duni sana ya umaskini. Na mimi ningependa pengine kumwelezea jaji wetu ambaye aliweza kuondoa mgao huu kwamba ikiwa pengine alipata maisha mazuri ya kuweza kusomeshwa na kuweza kupata chakula cha mchana mpaka jioni, kuna watu katika taifa hili wana shida, wana mitihani, wana matatizo makubwa sana. Na ningependa kusema kuwa tumeona viongozi ama hawa wabunge wetu ambao wamepata mgao wa NGCDF, wameweza kujenga mashule, wanatoa basari kila mwaka. Tumeona wengi wamefanya maendeleo makubwa sana kule mashinani. Na inafahamika kwamba pesa hizi si za wabunge, pesa hizi ni za wananchi walala hoi. Na ndio maana mimi kama Mama Zamzam nasema itakuwa muhimu sana ikiwa sisi wabunge hapa tutalijadili swala hili kwa kina na kwa utulivu na kuweza kumaliza mara moja, ili hata ikifika mwisho wa mwezi huu iwe watoto wetu wana furaha na wazazi wana furaha ya watoto wao kurudi mashuleni. Wana furaha ya kupata watoto wamekaa kwenye madarasa ambayo yako sawa, kwa sababu wengi wetu sisi tulizaliwa katika familia maskini. Nakumbuka tulikuwa twabeba choo cha ng'ombe tukienda nacho shuleni kwenda kuweza kutengeza madarasa. Tulikuwa twabeba maji kutoka nyumbani kwenda kufanya hivyo pia. Lakini sisi tunashukuru wakati mgao huu ulianza, mambo yalikuwa shwari sana, madarasa yakawa yanajengwa kwa kasi sana, na kuna sehemu ambazo ni sehemu za ndani, sehemu za kule mashinani zaidi, ambapo wajapata mgao huu kwa, yani haujawafikia, umefika sehemu chache. Na ingekuwa ni vizuri sana mgao huu ukiendelea kwenda mashinani, ili watoto tuwaone, wale wa Turkana, watoto wa Pokot, watoto wa Mireroni, watoto wa kule Mwakirunge wanakaa maisha mazuri na wanapata elimu ya kutosha. Kuna watoto ambao wamemaliza elimu ya msingi, wanataka kuingia katika shule za sekondari, lakini mpaka sasa hawajaingia kwa sababu ya hali duni ya maisha ya wazazi wao, na hivi kwamba vile mgao huu haupo tena, watoto hao wamekaa wanasubiri. Mimi ningependa kuuliza serikali, tutawasubirisha watoto hawa mpaka lini? Tutawanyima haki zao za kuwa wananchi wa Kenya mpaka lini? Ni dhahiri kwamba Kenya kwa sasa hali inazidi kuwa ngumu, kwa sababu sisi pia tunawafanya wananchi wanakaa kwenye maisha magumu. Kwa mfano, nikirudi katika pesa zetu za kina mama za ngafu, pesa hizi ziliweza kusaidia wanawake wengi sana, wakainua biashara zao, wakaweza kujikimu kimaisha, na wengi hata kuweza kutoa pesa za kusomesha watoto, pesa za kulisha familia, na pia kutoa ushuru katika taifa hili. Na leo tunawanyima mgao huu wa ngafu, kina mama na imani wengi wamekaa nyumbani, na hata mimi hapa nilipo, wengi wanapiga simu wananiambia, Mama Zamzam, tulikupigia kura tukiwa na matarajio makubwa sana kwako. Ulituahidi vitu vingi sana, ulituahidi maendeleo, ulituahidi biashara, lakini mpaka sasa tunaona kimya. Ni jambo la kusikitisha sana, manake kina mama wamekuwa sana wakipanga foleni kuja kutupa kura, wakipanga foleni kuja kuangalia kuwa viongozi bora wanapigiwa kura ili waweze kuleta maendeleo mashinani. Lakini mpaka sasa mfuko ambao ulikuwa unawasaidia, mfuko ambao ulihakikisha yule msichana wa pwani ambaye aliachwa katika mila na kitamaduni ambazo zilimfanya asiweze kupata elimu, alikuwa amepata mwanya mzuri wa kuweza kusoma, leo hii amerudi kwa kikao nyumbani, pengine anatafutiwa mume aolewe kwa sababu hana pesa tena za kuweza kumwendeleza kwenye masomo. Mimi nasema ikiwa kweli tutataka wanawake tufikie thuluthi tatu katika bunge hili, basi ni dhahiri shairi kuwa pesa hizi ni muhimu sana zirudi kwenye mifuko ya wabunge, ili tuweze kufikia malengo ya kuweza kupata viongozi na wale madaktari, tupate walimu ambao wataweza kusaidia kujenga taifa hili. Na si wote wanaotoka katika familia ya matajiri ndio wanaweza kuwa madaktari, wanaweza kuwa pengine marais. Mtoto wa maskini pia akiwezeshwa aweze akafikia katika hali hii. Kwa mfano kama mimi Mama Zamzam, nimelelewa maisha ya shida sana. Ilikuwa hata kupata ile sare ya skuli ni mtihani. Ilikuwa hata kupata viatu vya kwenda skuli ni shida. Na wakati huo ilikuwa hakuna mtu wa kuweza kutusaidia. Ilikuwa mama pengine atanipa simsimu na sambusa, niende nikauze kwa wenzangu ama nipite kwa majirani nikiuza, ndio niweze kupata pesa za kuweza kulipiwa kama karo ya skuli ama kupata pesa ya kununua vitabu na mahitaji mengine. Lakini watoto wa sasa tulikuwa tumefanya mambo yamekuwa rahisi katika familia duni, na mgao huu wa NGAF na mgao huu wa NGCDF. Mimi ningependa kushauri pesa hizi tuweze kuziregesha ili wananchi waweze kupata manufaa. Nikirudi upande mwingine, tulikuwa tunaona mambo ya wanawake kupigwa na waume zao. Wamehangaishwa sana, wengi wamekufa, wameuliwa kwenye mikono ya waume zao. Lakini tulikuwa tumekuja na mfumo mzuri kama kina mama kuweza kujenga centers za gender based violence, centers ambazo zilikuwa zinawapatia kina mama wakati mwingine wa kuweza kujifikiria na kuweza kuamua na kutoa maamuzi kuwa watachukua njia gani. Lakini kwa sasa hivi kama ile ambayo inajengwa Mwakirunge ndani ya kaunti ya Mombasa imeweza kusimama kwa sababu tena hatuna mgao wa kuweza kuendeleza. Na hata jana na juzi kwenye kaunti ya Mombasa kuna mwanamke amepigwa na mume wake akadungwa kisu vibaya sana mpaka akafa. Kuna wanawake wanauliwa vibaya kinyama, na mimi kama Mama Zamzam siwezi kusema hawa wanawake na wachukua niwalete ndani ya nyumba yangu nikae nao, hapana. Ilikuwa ni dhahiri shairi kuwa pesa hizi zingeweza kujenga sehemu ambazo kina mama wangewekwa kwa wakati, wakaweza kuwezeshwa kufanya biashara, wakaweza kupewa mfumo mzuri wa kuweza kulea jamii zao na kuweza kutoka katika ndoa ambazo zilikuwa na misukosuko. Kwa hiyo mimi nasikia uchungu sana nikiona kwa judge anatoa mgao kama huu, na sijui kwa nini hakufikiria mara mbili. Ingekuwa ni vizuri akashauri kwanza kabla ya kutoa uamuzi. Kuna vitu vingine ambavyo waweza ukavikata ukavitoa, lakini hizi ni pesa ambazo zinaenda kumfaidi mwananchi yule wa chini kabisa. Mwananchi ambaye akinunua mkate anakatwa ushuru. Mwananchi ambaye akinunua sukuma anakata ushuru. Lakini huyo mwananchi yuko katika hali duni, hali tata, hali ya umaskini, ambayo kwamba hizi pesa zilikuwa zingeweza kumwezesha kuweza kubadilisha maisha yake, akatoka kuishi chini ya dola mpaka afike juu ya dola. Mimi ningependa kushauri wabunge na Mheshimiwa Spika kuwa mjadala huu tumeujadili sana humu bungeni. Ni wakati mwafaka umefika tuweze kupitisha, iwekwe kwenye nakala na kumbukumbu ya vitabu vya taifa hili kuwa wabunge wa taifa na bunge la 13 la taifa la Kenya lilipitisha mswada CDF na NGAF ziweze kurudi, ziweze kusaidia wananchi mashinani. Nina mengi ya kusema, lakini naona umebonyeza kidude pale, kwa hiyo sina wakati tena. Nashukuru sana na nina support mjadala huu kusema CDF na NGAF zirudi ili wananchi wafaidi. Asante sana Madam Speaker.
Honorable Dorothy Ikiara, nominated member. In the absence of Dorothy Ikiara, we go to the Honorable Onyango Oyo, member for Muhoroni.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for remembering me at last. A lot of issues I had intended to raise have been raised by my colleagues. I only want to say that I want to thank the drafters of this new amendment, Honorable, my good friend of Matungulu and his colleague, that this is long overdue. CDF has done a lot of good to this country, and Before CDF, what I want to bring to attention of this House that there was an attempt to bring something similar to CDF much earlier during President Moi's regime by the all-powerful then head of public service, Simon Nyachai, when he brought the district focus for rural development. But because the implementation was placed in the hands of the government bureaucrats, it went down without anything to write home about. Now, fortunately, somebody, Honorable Karue, comes up with the CDF, and the impact on the ground is so impressive that any attempt at dissolving or cutting the fringes of CDF is like killing the small citizen in this country. I want to say that as for me, I have used the CDF to do a better version of the so-called bottoms-up economy. Because in my concept, I made sure that in my constituency, those students who sit for KCP in public schools, read those people of the downtrodden, the children of the downtrodden families, those who pass and are invited to national schools, I sponsor them 100%. And similarly, at the KCS level, if they pass very well, and they are called to do certain disciplines like engineering, law, medicine, architecture, I also sponsor them 100%. So in my constituency, I brought up children from the downtrodden families who are now at the top, because those those children from privileged families don't learn hard. They don't work very hard. And therefore, any attempt to get rid of CDF is an attempt to get rid of the lifespan of the people of this constituency. I want to say that there is confusion which must be corrected. That the Senate have members who have come from this House. They know very well that this money does not belong to the Member of Parliament. The CDF appropriation is done and by the CDF board, and it goes to various constituencies, and no monies are spent or given until the projects that were going on have been have been checked by the CDF by CDF board themselves. They are confirmed that the projects have been done to satisfaction. That's when more monies are released. So this perplexing impression that they want to give around that CDF belongs to the MP. A member of parliament is just but an overseer. He's not even a signatory of any funds that comes from this water. So this notion of people thinking outside there that the money belongs to the MP, I think that is a wrong notion that should be corrected immediately. Two, the treasury should not have a scapegoat of, if they don't have money, to say that they are now hanging on the court verdict that the CDF, they cannot appropriate money to the CDF board to send down to the constituencies because of the court case. The court case was about CDF 203. National government CDF of 2015 has nothing. So the treasury must take money to CDF board, who must also take money to the constituencies immediately. As this excuse, we will not listen to. We know that we have so many people who think that this fund belongs to the member of parliament, and they have the problem with the member of parliament. Sometimes in 2013 or 2012 or thereabout, the government, through this House, came up with a very interesting economic stimulus program. Lots of projects that were developed and brought up through this concept are now decaying. They are underweight of old age, and some of them need emancipation. So I think it is high time that the second version of economic stimulus were given, and so that corrections, improvements can be done on the ones that were done, or new ones can also come up. And these are the only ways that we can benefit the public. Madam Speaker, because a lot of people have spoken, have eaten into my whatever, and I've also waited until my anxiety was replaced with enthusiasm, I think I want to stop at that and donate that time to my colleagues.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Johanna Ngeno, member for Mukur Dikri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
for also allowing me this brief opportunity actually to make my voice also heard on this matter. Madam Speaker, first I want to thank the member or the members who brought this particular amendment to this House, Madam Speaker. It is only somebody who understands the nature of the countryside, the nature of the background that we came from, the nature of the people we left behind there, Madam Speaker, who can draft this particular bill. Madam Speaker, I would want to say that from the onset, I really support the amendment. And if there could be even some more amendments to ensure that the bill passes the test. Because ordinarily, Madam Speaker, there are so many people outside there who do not care. And I would say this because the people who've been going to the courts to stop the functions of the CDF are people who live in urban areas who do not understand. These are activists who don't even care where this money normally go to. Madam Speaker, the anchoring of this particular provision, Madam Speaker, in the Constitution is so that the real beneficiaries, who are the people in the ground, Madam Speaker, never face anxieties and the same situations that we are facing when some people who are very idle in this country go to courts to stop the functions just because maybe a few issues that has nothing and totally nothing to do with the functions of that money. Madam Speaker, CDF, I would say, is the mother of devolution. I think even the drafters of the Constitution based their introduction of devolution or county governments on the CDF. Majorly because, Madam Speaker, after the introduction of CDF, Madam Speaker, there are so many changes which have happened in the ground. And somebody who was a good man or woman thought of changing the Constitution and bringing in the issue of devolution. The problem with the devolution, Madam Speaker, is that the governors who are elected to those positions have also never understood the reason why we devolve this money to their dockets. That is why devolution has never been felt. We only feel the governors, we only see them as presidents of counties, but there is nothing, totally nothing, Madam Speaker, you can even compare with the functioning of CDF. Madam Speaker, I wish to say that the projects which CDF have undertaken in the villages, in the constituencies that we come from, in the wards that we come from, in the counties that we come from, Madam Speaker, are so enormous. They are countless. We used to have money sent to the DCC. I think they used to be called in district development, I don't know, such things. Committees. Madam Speaker, there was nothing. Those are just a conglomeration of corrupt individuals who used to sit there and count their fingers on how much money they have received. We used to send money to even through the ministries to do projects in our constituencies, in our districts. But Madam Speaker, if you were to count from today backwards, the number of projects which the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health, the ministries, all these ministries, Madam Speaker, if you were to look for the projects they have implemented and projects which have become successful and projects which never stalled, Madam Speaker, you will get around 10% in the whole country for so many years. But go and make an assessment of the CDF, the work that CDF has done in this country, Madam Speaker. I think it is only a jealous person who would stop CDF from functioning. It is only somebody who doesn't even understand who will stop CDF. And I was saying, I think at some point, because in our courts, there is a provision where the courts must visit the areas where happenings, like if it is a criminal case or even a civil case, they visit the site. I believe if one day, even the courts, before making any determination on such cases, Madam Speaker, they should make what we call public participation to ask the people themselves whether they like or dislike this CDF, so that when they are making a determination, they also make a determination based on the wishes of the people. Because, Madam Speaker, sometimes when members of parliament argue over here, people think this is a kitty that members of parliament use for their own campaigns. Madam Speaker, we have waited, and I think there has been only one case or two cases for members of parliament who may be, in one way or another, squandered or even influenced the functioning of the CDF. But overall, Madam Speaker, 30 is a 0.000+1% of a case. We have had funds in this country wasted. We have had funds in this country spent recklessly without even thinking. But CDF has never had serious cases in court that we would say it deserved to be abandoned or discontinued. Madam Speaker, when you look at the schools the CDF has built, you can't just imagine somebody else would have done that. When you look at the number of colleges the CDF has done, I would say that because I'm one of those people, Madam Speaker, who were rated as having utilized or oversighted the use of CDF in my constituency. Madam Speaker, when you look at the number of schools my constituency committee did in my constituency, Madam Speaker, from 2013 to right now, schools from 9 secondary schools to 42 secondary schools, fully equipped with everything. Madam Speaker, and then somebody tells you we need to stop that. These are schools we had never known of. When you look at the number of primary schools, Madam Speaker, from 54 to 128 as we speak. Madam Speaker, I think you must have even seen me chasing away the DC who was trying to close a school. Madam Speaker, a school I opened for girls in an area where they could not access education, Madam Speaker. I think it is because of the same jealousness that people think maybe we are wasting this money. But look at the people who are utilizing that money. Look at the students who get bursary out of it. Look at the students who would have dropped out of school because they could not access secondary education. But because of the introduction of day secondary education, and then we build with the CDF money, we make so many students access education, Madam Speaker. And then somebody wants to stop it. So, Madam Speaker, we have had so many projects. Like myself, I've had a KMTC in my constituency, Madam Speaker, which I initiated, and CDF helped me to build it. Right now, I have over 400 students who are studying in that school. And you can imagine, we have had county governments who sit on over 130 billion in 10 years. And they have never built a CDF, a KMTC, until I just asked the CDF board to allow us to utilize that money to build a KMTC. Madam Speaker, we have a very functional KMTC in my constituency, the only one in the whole of Narok County, courtesy of CDF. And then somebody tells us CDF doesn't function. Madam Speaker, I think the great people who made this particular amendment, Madam Speaker, were very wise. We need to, even for those of us who might be exiting this house in some years to come, we have a generation, because even the introducer of this particular CDF to this house, Madam Speaker, is no longer a member of parliament. But he did something for posterity. I would say most of us will celebrate him. Even our children who are going to school, courtesy of CDF, Madam Speaker, will celebrate that great gentleman. So those gentlemen who brought this particular amendment will be celebrated. We will celebrate you, and we will help you pass this particular bill so that the future generations of this country will feel the importance of paying taxes and actually accessing the money through those taxes. Madam Speaker, the most important part of this CDF is bursary. Bursary, because as we speak now, initially, Madam Speaker, you used to farm. People used to farm, harvest, and sell. People used to keep donkeys, cows. When they are fat enough, they sell and pay fees. Nowadays, Madam Speaker, nobody, when you go to the villages, you get only one person owning a donkey in the whole village. Madam Speaker, when schools are opened, what are you paying fees for? Go to Kajiado right now. Go to Narok right now. Go to those sides of Garissa. Cows have died in large numbers. How are these parents going to meet their fees? How are they going to pay their fees? Right now, almost all the schools are empty because teachers have chased away the students because of failure to pay fees. They are waiting for this house, Madam Speaker, to send that money, the bursary, to go and pay their children. Madam Speaker, I wish also to ask members to support us, especially those who come from marginalized areas, in passing the equalization regulations so that we can also utilize the equalization fund, which has been lying in government coffers for so many years and has been allocated by the Constitution. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you and I support this amendment.
Very well. The Honorable Member for Mwingi Central, the Honorable Gideon Mulyungi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this amendment bill. Madam Speaker, before I do so, allow me to congratulate you for your appointment in the Speaker's panel. Madam Speaker, CNDF was introduced in 2003 through the passage of the CNDF Act 2003 by the Kibaki administration at a rate of 2.5% of the national budget. It is indeed a game changer because it created a huge impact in the villages where we all come from. However, Madam Speaker, in 2015, the CNDF Act was ruled unconstitutional by the High Court. But the same year, Parliament went with speed to enact a new bill, the NG's CNDF Act, to align it with the Constitution. But recently, Madam Speaker, the Supreme Court belatedly upheld the ruling of the High Court that CNDF is unconstitutional. However, there was no reference made by the Supreme Court to the current NGCF Act of 2015. Therefore, in my view, the CNDF that was ruled unconstitutional this year has been moribund since 2015. And the act that is in use is the NG-CNDF Act 2015. Madam Speaker, therefore, the NG-CNDF Act is in place, and I believe it is there to stay. However, in order to safeguard rogue rulings like this one that was done by the Supreme Court and the High Court, I think it is in order and very timely to introduce this amendment to safeguard the fund in order to anchor it into the Constitution so that nobody can dare and will ever dare touch it. Madam Speaker, I condemn in the strongest terms the activist who took the CNDF Act to court. This is currently now among us here in Parliament, Okia Omotata. In fact, if there is a way he can be denied oversight fund in the Senate, this is the best time to reward him because he's the one who has created all this problem. Madam Speaker, this is anchoring CNDF in the Constitution is the best way to support the president in his bottom-up economic model. And I therefore support the idea of including GAF into the Constitution and the Senate Oversight Fund so that our colleagues there also get some fund to oversight the counties. But as we do so, Madam Speaker, we need to take cognizance of some loopholes in the current act, which, in my view, during the implementation of the NGCF Act, I have come across. The current act only covers projects in schools, security, sports and environment, and the bursaries, but excludes very important core essential projects which touch the lives of people, like water, farming mitigation, which is current, school feeding program, roads, electricity, network connectivity, because sometimes you go to the villages and people cry to you to do for them a must for connectivity, but you can't do it. because CNDF does not allow you. Markets, health centers, etc. I believe this is the right time to include these things in the amended act. Madam Speaker, the act also creates an oversight committee where the MP is the chairperson or the patron. But the MP is not facilitated with mobility. It is only the CNDF committee which is facilitated with the monitoring and evaluation fund. So I appeal to the promoters of this bill and the members of parliament to include an oversight fund for the oversight committee where the members of parliament sit, so that when you go to the villages inspecting your projects, you are facilitated by the CNDF. Madam Speaker, also, the act also distributed the fund equitably among all the 290 constituencies, whereas we know some constituencies are more endowed than others, and others are very poor, especially in the marginalized areas. For example, there are some constituencies with only 3 secondary schools and a few primary schools, as compared to other constituencies like mine, which has 365 primary and secondary schools. So when the money is distributed equally, some constituencies are disadvantaged. And therefore, I request that we make an amendment so that there is a formula created to balance those inequalities. Madam Speaker, I agree that CNDF has touched the lives of many people, very poor people. When you fly with a chopper throughout the constituency, and I believe that is why His Excellency the President, when he came here, he was very passionate about CNDF, because during his campaign he was traveling all over with his choppers and he was seeing the impact of CNDF in very remote areas of this country, and therefore CNDF cannot be done away with, and I support this amendment to anchor CNDF into the Constitution, so that nobody will dare touch it. And I'm sure both the divide of the House, irrespective of the political affiliation, we are going to unite to support this amendment. And when I was in the village the other day, when the court ruled that CNDF is no longer there, people were very worried. And they kept on asking me, Mheshimiwa, is it true that there will be no CNDF? And I told them, if CNDF is going to be scrapped, then when we get to that parliament, I'm sure no other business will be undertaken without CNDF. There will be no budget, there will be nothing, and due CNDF is included into the Constitution. And I therefore appeal to members, we support this amendment by our colleagues, so that we protect money that touches the lives of the common mwananchi, and the money which we manage, and the money which has made some of us to return back to Parliament if we use it well. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Very well. The Honorable Member for Sotik, the Honorable Francis Sigei.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity, which I've waited for a long time. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I want to thank the movers of this motion, Honorable Gishimo and Honorable Mule, for doing us a lot of service. This is a very important motion. But before I do that, Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity today to thank the people of Sotik for giving me an opportunity to serve them in this parliament. As I have said before, I have tried it a number of times, and the people of Sotik saw it fit for me to come to serve them. I thank them most sincerely. Coming to the motion, Madam Speaker, I want to say I support this motion fully. But I want to thank God that God gave us CDF. And I want to believe that with this divine intervention, which I'm going to pray very hard for, CDF will remain as a lifeline for our people. Madam Speaker, I want to give an illustration of what happened over the weekend in my place. Last weekend, Madam Speaker, there was a fire outbreak in Kablong Girls, and the fire raced down all the teachers' houses. And Madam Speaker, I went there and we supported the children to be evacuated from the compound. But what made me heartbroken was that when the Arambic was called, I was unable to go there because I had no money. And yet, we have an emergency fund in the CDF. Madam Speaker, we need this money as yesterday. We want to ask the minister to release the money because legally, there's nothing which prevents the minister from releasing the funds to the constituencies. So we urge the new minister, the CS Finance, to release the funds immediately. Another illustration which I want to make here is that this fund actually supports the orphans, supports the widows, supports the PWDs who are in our place. It supports the poorest of the poor. And therefore, this fund is very important. Last weekend, I had a family in my house who refused to leave my house until we pay the money. The people down there, Madam Speaker, don't understand that CDF is not there now. And they think that the MP is there to give out funds. So I had to give out my funds, my money, personal money, for them to leave my place. Madam Speaker, this fund is a bottom-up fund. And as we saw, the head of state here, when he was here, he gave his thumbs up for CDF. So, Madam Speaker, I stand here to support this motion and to ask that members of this House fully support this motion. I also would like to see the legal minds we have in this House, Madam Speaker, to engage themselves in this particular discussion and the debate. So that because the Speaker gave us some question, and he said that we have got to exhaust all the legal areas of this CDF so that it does not, because he says once introduced this motion, it will never go back. So we want to see our fellow members who have got some legal minds to engage themselves so that we can get this motion passed. Madam Speaker, I also want to support the idea that the funds for the Senate should not be put here as members of Senate. In that name, it should be parliamentary, not Senate. And I also support that the Senate be given the oversight fund so that they can be able to also oversight Madam Speaker, it is very difficult for senators to oversight this fund, the county governments, who have billions of money, and yet they are using just thousands of shillings. They cannot manage. Going and monitoring the projects in the county is very expensive, and therefore we need to support these senators so that they can also go there. Madam Speaker, I want to see that this CDF is anchored in the Constitution. Madam Speaker, the women reps are also suffering because they cover a very big area. And I want to support that there must be an enhancement of the funds which are given to the women reps. These people are working for us. We are working for the same people. So GAF must be enhanced so that our fellow women reps can be able to, women rep MPs can be able to work and effectively in the counties. Madam Speaker, I want to mention the issue of CPC. Madam Speaker, CBC, people are now discussing about CPC, but it cannot be implemented unless CDF is given the money to support the education. So CBC is coming now, and we need to support the CBC with the CDF we are going to have. The police stations, the chief's offices, and all other areas which are required to be assisted. I have a boundary in my place. We border with Nyamira, and we have some police stations there which must be built. So, Madam Speaker, I support this motion, and I want to see that in the very near future, we should have these funds coming. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. The Honorable Member for Karachuonyo, and Honorable Andrew Okwome.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been very patient, like you advised, and it has really taken me tiresome time since 2 o'clock to now. But I'm happy that you are giving me the opportunity. Once again, thank you. Now, CDF is a lifeline education fund for the unable. We know Kenya has very many poor people. They rely totally on CDF to educate their children. CDF is doing a lot for us. It covers education and also security. But within education, I want to emphasize first on CDF because that's really the main topic we have. And before I go into it in details, I give a lot of thanks to my colleagues who brought this amendment in order that our constitution can accommodate anchoring the CDF in the constitution and also increasing the figure from 2.5% to 5%. Indeed, considering the use of CDF, even 5% we are asking for in this amendment is too little for the purpose we need the CDF. It is CDF where we can even go 10%, and I'm telling you, you will get applaud, nobody will blame you. We are not asking for that now, we are asking for a meager 5%, and I believe this will sail through without any hindrance because that amount relatively is not that big. CDF is a fund of result. It is a fund of result because whatever is done by CDF, you see it. It is not something you can look for. You see it. If it is building infrastructure, you see the building itself. You don't search for it. Accounting for it is, I would say, acting itself, because the accounting for it is laid in the result which you just see. Now I want to say that many children rely on education. Many parents rely on CDF.
And we therefore cannot afford to disappoint these children. We cannot afford to disappoint these parents and their guardians. Do away with CDF and you will have killed this nation for now and in future. Because many parents might even feel committing suicide without CDF, because without CDF it means no education for their children. Many parents will see the future of their children totally destroyed if there is no CDF to give them educated children for the future, in order that their children can also, in that future, take part in building this nation and helping themselves. I must say that we have a number of administration offices built by CDF, the chief's offices, the DC's offices, and also the police. We build those. We have even the courts built there, although it is the same court that was saying CDF should not be there. I wish they visited my own constituency, Karachuonyo, to see what CDF has done for them. They will be really they would change their minds, because they will see the action CDF has done for them and for us as well. CDF has brought peace. It has brought peace because we have been able to take care of police in such a manner that they are motivated to do their work, which is peacekeeping. So it is not just a direct thing alone. It is something that helps in many ways. It has also brought peace because the administration, the DCs, the chiefs, also benefit from it, giving them motivation, giving them encouragement so that they can perform their duties well. They are our colleagues in building our own areas, and if we can contribute to their service by facilitating their services, then we will be motivating them to do what we would have not done otherwise if we didn't have CDF. I know we have had some suggestion that CDF should be based on the number of wards in each constituency. Yes, there are some merits on that, but we may also come up with some other improvements, noting that a straight line division of the fund is not quite justified because some constituencies are much larger than others. They have more schools, like one of my colleagues mentioned, than others. They have more needs than some of the other constituencies. So if you use a straight line method, you will be hurting the constituencies whose needs are much higher. I therefore support the idea of using a formula that would be fair to constituencies which may be much bigger and more needy. I am happy that this case is coming for anchoring in the Constitution. CDF has had a very difficult time, courts all the time, but yet it is the fund that is doing the most. Of all the funds the government has had, of all the funds this House has passed, I don't think there is any comparable to CDF. And yet it has had challenges more than any other fund. Putting it in the Constitution is smoothing the situation, is creating hope, and ensuring that this fund is used for now and in future. It is ensuring that we will have a more populated people for the future. It will ensure that we are more project-oriented than just doing things without really having a proper way of accounting for them. I support this motion fully. And before I end, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that as we are speaking today, out there, mothers, fathers, guardians are crying. They are in tears because their children have been chased away from school. They are waiting for us to help them with CDF funds so that their children can go back to school. Let us not delay payment of CDF fund because we are doing this or that. Let us go on because NGCDF has not been illegalized by any court. No court has said no CDF, NGCDF. The court said no CDF. We agree with them that. But NGCDF is there, strongly there. Let us use it and pay this fund for this time immediately. In fact, it should be paid like yesterday. If it was in my power, it should be paid this week. I know today is tomorrow is Friday, and it is impossible to do it within tomorrow.
Of course, it's not within your power, so.
Sorry? Oh,
go ahead. Go ahead, Honorable Kume. Go ahead.
Okay, time is over. But I pray that this CDF fund for this time is paid urgently. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dipo. Members, you realize that everyone wants to speak, and all of us came here at the time we came. And so I don't want to pressure to skip anybody. So I don't want to be approached on the issue of skipping and not skipping. I will not skip anybody. I will follow what is here. The only thing I can advise us is if you're both being repetitive, if you consider fellow members who have been with us since 2:30 and speak for 4 or 5 minutes, all of us will speak. But if you keep reading notes and repeat the notes you are reading, then we have 65 minutes now to debate. I'm sure if all of us took 5, I can assure you all of us will speak before you leave this house. So the next speaker here would be the Honorable Parashina Sakimbo of Kajiado South.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, I want to contribute to this motion or the notice on the legislative proposal to amend the Constitution of Understanding Order 114-7A. And I want to start by commenting on the issue of CDF. And I want to say something, Honorable Speaker. We went to election on August 9th, and all of us have been elected by the voters, knowingly that CDF is there. This CDF is a social need. You can't separate social CDF with the common person. The place I come from, Kajiado South constituency, we are facing a challenging situation now because of drought. And you find out when we visit our people, they are really in pain because they can't afford anything, they can't afford food, and they cannot get school fees to take their kids to school. CDF is so useful, and I want this House and the members and the Republic to know. It is useful, and it is even having evidence or number of schools that have been done, number of students who are enrolled to schools. Just go and compare now the period of September to now and the period of May to August. You'll find out there's a lot of dropout of our students in schools. In my constituency, I only have 22 secondary schools. And that tells you enrollment that we are waiting in January is 11,000. And our schools can only accommodate 2,000. And the question comes here, where is the surplus go? So when we come here to this house, it is my prayer that today we pass this bill, not that this amendment motion, and see how we can protect it for further or for in future. When I check about this, the ruling, the Supreme ruling, I base it that it is the decision that being made in Nairobi, in the mainstream. I don't know, I wonder why do they don't be given a chance and maybe visit our constituency and find out that if you are making a ruling, one of the things that you need to check, are we making a judgment to the common person who is going to defend a lady, a single lady, a person who cannot afford even a house of 7,000 to raise that kid. If at all they could be doing public participation and try to visit our places, I can tell you for sure that Supreme Judge's bench could have ruled these things in favor of the public and giving CDF a chance to survive. My plea today is that to the legal team in this parliament to go and check on the amendment that we are proposing. When we are doing the amendment to the Constitution, it should be tight in such a way that no one can interfere and no one can change it. The CDF is totally good, and to save time, I support the amendment. Thank you.
Well done, Mheshimiwa. If you did that, that would be good to go. The Honorable John Makali of Kandui.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this particular opportunity to address this House on this specific amendment to the Constitution. First, I must thank the initiators of this particular legislative proposal because it is coming at the right time. As we speak, very, very, very many children are at home for lack of bursaries. As we speak, Honorable Speaker, very, very many projects that were being undertaken by the CDF in my constituency have stalled. Honorable Speaker, CDF was initiated to assist the vulnerable and indigent children and communities in this particular country to ensure that we have access to not only education, but also setting up the security apparatus that exists in our constituencies. The constitutional amendment that is brought is geared at ensuring that we ring-fence and protect CDF to ensure that it's not subjected to the judicial assaults we have had. What are the benefits that are going to accrue if this particular amendment is effected? We are going to ensure, Honorable Speaker, that there is certainty in the law. At the moment, the situation we are facing at the moment, Honorable Speaker, is that there is a lot of uncertainty. When I went home over the weekend to visit the constituency, many children were at home and their future is uncertain because they do not know whether they will be back in school or not. When we went back to the constituency, Honorable Speaker, we found many other contractors who had abandoned the CDF projects that were ongoing because they were not sure whether the fund was going to go on or not. Honorable Speaker, we are moving that if we can be able to secure the CDF in the Constitution, we'll be able to save it from assaults, both from civil society and the haters of members of this House who think that members of this House want to get CDF so that they can run it as their pocket money or their loose change. Honorable Speaker, it is not lost on us that you remember at one time, civil society called members of this House rats. You remember at one time they called members of this Honorable House MPs. So we need to disabuse that notion, Honorable Speaker, by entrenching this particular CDF Act in the Constitution of Kenya so that it is saved from assault from other bodies that want to assault it. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, a lot has been said, and the notion out there is that CDF is no longer in existence. What the courts did is to literally annul the CDF Act of 2013. The CDF Act, NG-CDF Act of 2015, is still in existence. And the reasons that made the annulment of that CDF Act of 2013, principally one of them was lack of public participation. I think all those views that made the annulment of that act were cured up in the NG-CDF Act of 2015, and therefore the CDF Act is still in existence. What I will urge the movers of and the initiators of this particular constitutional amendment is that we need to move back and go back to the public and ensure that there is sufficient public participation to ensure that members of the public, civil society, and other players are at par with this particular house to ensure that CDF is sustained. I've looked at the amendments that are proposed and touching on 4 specific funds: the CDF, the NGAF, the Special Fund, and the Senate Oversight Fund. My view, as was suggested by the other members of this particular house, is that we need to segregate both funds, all the funds, because we have an experience with BBI. BBI had very, very good proposals, but just one item in the BBI caused the entire move to amend the Constitution to be thrown out. I will suggest, Your Honorable Speaker, that as we consider this particular legislative amendment, we consider segregating all the funds so that we can be able to deal with each and one of the funds separately, so that we don't throw out the baby together with the bathwater. Finally, Honorable Speaker, in the interest of time,
when you segregate, do you put together or you separate?
We separate them. We separate all of them.
So you mean so that segregate?
Yes, we separate them. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In my view, looking at this particular amendment, we will need your Honorable Speaker to ensure that the committee moves with speed, to ensure that we have this legislative amendment enacted. Because, Honorable Speaker, at the moment as we speak, this is the first move to amend the Constitution of Kenya through a parliamentary initiative. And I will want to ask all the members of the House to adopt a bipartisan approach, that we pass this particular amendment without considering our respective political parties. In the interest of time, I wish to donate the time to the other members who want to donate to contribute in this particular debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
This chance goes to the Honorable Orero of Kibra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want first of all to thank you for giving me this time to contribute to this very, very important motion of today. Now, I want to thank the 2 colleagues of mine who brought this bill today, amendment bill, Honorable Mule and Gishumu, for having spent their time, not just spending their time, but thinking about such an important motion. I think this is one of the motions which has brought the different political divide together. If you look at the contributions from both sides of the House, if you had emotionometer to measure the emotions of people in this House, you will realize that we have the same denominator. We all believe that this a kind of amendment should be done, not today, but yesterday. We have realized, and as I stand here today, I stand one as an educationist who has benefited a lot from a CDF fund, NG-CDF fund. Not directly, but because
I have handled students whose solely depend on the CDF money for paying school fees. We have come up with a CBC where we require to build schools, not necessarily in secondary schools, but also in primary schools. The government alone without the national government, without the national NGCDF fund, will not be able to build those classrooms enough for the students to transit to the next level. The more we delay with the funds, the more confusion will be in the implementation of CBC in our country. I have looked at moments where emotions have risen beyond control. I have only come with 2 instances. When we have elections, you can see emotions rising on different divides of political parties. But I have seen emotions rising from all the Kenyans about this NGCDF fund. There is nowhere in this country, anybody can correct me, where a student is not home because of lack of school fees. Now, this is not only in areas where we have different political parties, it is in all the areas in this country. I would be lying to myself in my mind if I don't mention that the most affected areas in terms of the delay of the funding of NGCDF are the slum areas. I represent a slum, and one of the biggest slums, as I always say, that is Kibra, where people talk about selling cows, having farms where they can dig and reap the benefits. In our slums, we don't have farms. And therefore, our kids, the most affected kids are those kids coming from slum. In fact, I am reliably told from the ground that almost half of our students now are at home because of lack of the fund, which has been there from, I think, the first time this bill was brought was in 2003, then it was again in 2007, 2013, and 2015. I must commend the magnanimous way that this House always does their work. You have corrected this. The last time it came in 2013, when the courts were against these funds, not courts, but the activists, you came up with the procedures and processes where it was reinstated again in 2015, and that is why it's still there up to now. I want to draw parallelisms in the reactions of our courts. When we have matters in this House which are important, like the last time we had matters here, we were voting against the election of the clerk. The two sides did not compromise, and the Speaker has had to use his wisdom to come to a compromise on how we can do the right voting. It is my thinking, and not really my thinking or wild imagination, that the courts of this country must look at the emotions of the people before they give rulings. They should not be giving rulings which are not consistent, which are at variance with the emotions of the people in this country, especially on matters that touch on the interests, and not just interests, but on the education of our kids in this country. I want to say that in my constituency, we have benefited almost more than any other constituency. It is a small constituency, but with a very high population rate. We need schools, we need kids who go to school, we need to have compulsory basic education, and this cannot happen if we don't have the funds from the CDF. I must appreciate that for the last few years, we have tried to fulfill the government requirements that we have all children in school, and this has only been enabled by the fact that we have this fund being given through the NGCDF. As a first timer in Parliament, when I was coming, I thought I was going to be the patron of the CDF. I realized that the members of Parliament do not have a single role in determining how the CDF money operates. And that is why this CDF money is not for the MPs. In fact, the criteria used to determine the board of management of the CDF is so elaborate. You have to apply, you have to go for an interview, and this does not require the presence of the member of parliament. And therefore, those who think that this CDF money is for the MPs are misguided. This CDF money is meant for the kids and for the poor kids who are in secondary. It is meant to build schools, to bring security within the system, to develop TVET centers, and also to make sure that we have 100% transition rate. I therefore believe that any normal and any sane Kenyan would believe and agree with me that we need this money more than yesterday. Something tells me in my mind that this money will be there, but how long is it going to take to be there, for crying out loud? I want to say that we must ask the government that they release this money as soon as immediate, because people are suffering. The economic state of this nation is not good, and the more we delay with this funding, the more our kids are getting affected. We are saying that the most affected kids are from poor families. Those coming from well-to-do families are in school. We must equalize. Education always equalizes people. We must make sure as parliamentarians that we urge this government, we urge the authorities, the treasury, to release the funds before it is late. Mr. Speaker, because of time and it is getting late, I would want to say that I support this motion, and I urge all my colleague parliamentarians that we support this motion. Thank you, and may God bless.
I wonder how much time you've saved for us. The next speaker would be the Honorable Pauline Lengurus of Samburu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me this opportunity to contribute on the floor of this House. I want to emphasize a lot on the importance or functions that the NGCDF has done, the GAF, and the GAF has done to the people in the communities. Personally, I come from a county that is a rural county, where majority of the infrastructure of our schools was poorly built, and we still have most of the children learning under a tree. And the introduction of CDF was a relief, because we have seen most improved infrastructure because of the utilization of this fund. Most of our schools have been improved. We have seen most of our children accessing bursaries. They have succeeded in their lives because of the support they have received from the NGCDF and the GAF. We have seen most children from poor families succeeding in their lives because of the bursaries they have acquired from these particular funds. And the stoppage of this fund may negatively impact the education sector a lot, especially those children who are dependent on this fund. I want to support this motion because I've really seen the positive aspect of this fund. It has been well utilized. We have seen a lot of improvement in our schools, the infrastructure, in terms of even children who are accessing education. We have seen many poor children from poor families succeeding, even going up to the university level because of the support they have received from this fund. For the National Affirmative Action Fund, most of the women from the rural areas have started their businesses. They are able to take care of their families. They are able to improve their living standards because of their support they have received from this fund. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today as a woman who has come from the rural setup to say that this fund has really helped a lot. And many people are looking on us now that we are in this August House to continue the good work that this fund has done for many years. So I really support that these specific funds may be entrenched into the law so that in future it cannot be interfered by anybody. So I stand here to support this fund, to support the amendment, so that we can still have even our youth groups being supported, because we have seen most of them, those who cannot be employed anywhere, they have been given support through these funds, and they have established their businesses, and they are taking care of themselves and their families. We have even seen a lot of people living with disability getting support from these specific funds, and they have succeeded in their lives. So I stand here today in support of this motion, in support of the amendment, such that, and also request the members of this House, because we have seen the good work that women have done using the National Affirmative Action Fund, and we have seen even some of them ascending into more powerful positions, like the governorship. We can take an example of Gladys Wanga. She was a women representative, now she's a governor representing a whole county because of the good work she has done when she was representing women. So if we can support our women, who also form the 50% of the population of this country, and you support one woman, you have supported a whole community. So I ask honorable members of this House, as we deliberate on these specific funds, the NGCDF and the GAF, kindly on behalf of the women reps, if we can increase also the amount that we are allocating to our women so that they can be able to cover the whole county, because we are covering the whole county actually, so that most of our women can access this fund. So when deliberating on these issues, kindly consider your counterparts in terms of percentages, because we are given very little, such that our fund can be increased also to the same level as NGCDF, so that we can work together and uplift the lives of our people and bringing development to our counties. So, Mr. Speaker, I submit, and I stand to support the motion. Thank you.
So much for saving our time. The Honorable Paul Murigi, followed by Honorable Julius Meli. Then we go to the other side.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this bill. On the onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this bill, the amendment of this constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the NGCDF has played a very critical role in this country as far as development, Mr. Speaker, are concerned within our constituencies. Mr. Speaker, through NGCDF, most of the improvement in our schools, in chiefs' camps, in police posts, and even, Mr. Speaker, paying school fees for our students, Mr. Speaker. So, so this bill, Mr. Speaker, has helped a lot our constituent, and that's why we as the legislators must start with our 2 feet and fight for this fund, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I remember from the year 2017 when I was elected in this House, I tried to utilize this fund, and this is what made me to be re-elected again, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the ones who are criticizing this fund, maybe it is because of lack of awareness, but it is good for them to move across our constituencies and check the development which has been done by NGCDF. Mr. Speaker, also as members, we must support this fund to be increased to 5%, so that we can have enough fund which can facilitate us to improve the status of our constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I know even some counties or the counties, Mr. Speaker, are against this fund. This is because of the impact which are made by this fund across the constituencies, and they are feeling, feeling, Mr. Speaker, as if this fund is doing more than what they are doing. So that's why most of these leaders or some people from these counties are collaborating to fight this fund. So, Mr. Speaker, when this fund is will be anchored in the Constitution, we will not get these difficulties from people trying to take us to court now and then, because it will be Constitution being, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, I will support the entrenchment of GAV in the Constitution, because, Mr. Speaker, the women representatives from the counties, they normally, Mr. Speaker, give their manifestos when they are seeking to be elected to this House. And it is good, Mr. Speaker, as the representatives of the people, to be given fund, Mr. Speaker, which will facilitate them to do some development within their counties where they are coming from. The oversight fund also, Mr. Speaker, for the Senate, also is a good fund. Remember, from the time we passed, or from the time we gained the new constitution, Mr. Speaker, that is in the year 2010, August 27th, Mr. Speaker, when this constitution was promulgated, the Senate, Mr. Speaker, was given nothing. And they normally come there and legislate and present the counties, Mr. Speaker. So this is the right time when the senators are facilitated with the oversight funds, so that when maybe when the county makes, Mr. Speaker, they can be or they can account for, because most of the time they lament that what is happening in their counties, they are not aware because they are not facilitated. But when they are given, or when they will be given this fund, Mr. Speaker, they will be able to move around and inspect how the counties are doing their work, Mr. Speaker. So this piece of legislation is a good one, and I congratulate Mr. Speaker, Honorable Stephen and Honorable Githinji for bringing this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this time. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to thank Honorable Mule and Honorable Gishimu for bringing this constitutional amendment bill. Honorable Speaker, and members, I want to take members down memory lane in the pre-CDF days when there was no CDF in this country. If you look at schools, even dispensaries, even the feeder roads, and I want to ask members that before 2014, CDF were actually allowed to do roads. They were even able to do smaller dispensaries. They were even allowed to even do water projects. Honorable Speaker, the impact of CDF in this country is quite immense. CDF as a fund, if we are supposed to classify, because I know government has a number of funds that are actually sent to the people. The one which is very impactful, that has affected every household, has affected every individual in this country, is CDF. And Mr. Speaker, I want to just give a list of a few, especially in my constituency and even in the neighboring areas. First of all, I want to actually bring to the attention of the courts that CDF is the fund that has actually reached the poor of the poorest. It is the fund that has seen the downtrodden get to have schools. It is the fund that has enabled a number of institutions, previously or prior to this, especially in my constituency or in my county, parents were used to have forced arambes, where cows were sold, goats were sold, through the Chiefs Act. And this actually affected the people a lot. But as we speak today, the number of schools built by CDF between 2002 up to now is more than the schools that the government has constructed between 1963 and 2000. Through the matching funds, Mr. Speaker and members, there was a time when we could have matching funds where we, with the Rural Electrification Authority, we were able to connect villages, we were able to do street lights, we were able to do last mile. That the activists could see it right to stop this fund. And I want to ask ourselves that let us do a comparative analysis, a comparative study between the effect or the impact of the county government and the impact of the CDF. And you'll realize that as much as the county government is getting billions of shillings, its impact is quite insignificant. Its impact is not felt. In my constituency alone, we have over 100 students who are actually benefiting, orphans who are benefiting from full scholarship, CDF. And wherever they have, and we also have the bright and the needy. These are individuals whose life could otherwise be in tatters without CDF. And I want to ask and plead with members that this is not a bill or actually a normal bill. It is a constitutional bill that requires 2/3 threshold. And we want to prove that we can marshal and have 100% members of parliament to pass this bill. Because the effect of this bill, of CDF not being in the constituencies, or actually not this fund being abolished, is actually mind-boggling. I just want to ask members. I've been in some constituencies, and I think I want to thank the Honorable Speaker because of the work you've done constructing colleges. I've seen you've constructed a forestry college. You've also done the KMTC. I've done a teachers training college in my constituency. I've seen areas in this country which could otherwise be completely impassable. Top of the hills, I went through to Taita Taveta, where I saw a road just on top of a hill, top of nowhere, and it was done by CDF. I just want to ask the judges and even the judicial department that before they actually make a decision, let them also have an assessment of what it is. And I want to ask that even in this house today, as much as members, we know the 4 mandates of a member of parliament, that of oversight, that of representation, legislation, and that of and the other function. We also need to ask that how has this thing been effective? Activists at times just look at CDF as money that is being eaten by members. They need to assess that this is the most effective fund. I've seen WESO fund, I've seen a number of funds government have, but their impact is almost nil, yet no one has gone to court to complain about them. So I thank you, honorable members. Let us pass this, let us come here, let us vote, let us make CDF available and to have it running in this country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
So much, Honorable Mele. For members, just a small, maybe bit of information. The reason members are talking about us standing up when the day comes of voting is that the most important thing on these bills when it's brought is us raising at least 2 to 3 members on the day of voting. I'll give you an example. I had a bill here that everyone supported whenever we were at the tea at the dining. We wanted to change the date of elections. And every time it came up, everyone saying this is the right bill. But the day of voting, some members are not here, and we lost it 3 times. So even on this one, everybody should be able to turn up on the day. If you don't turn up, then as much as we love CDF, it dies. The next chances go to the Honorable Dick Maungu, followed by the Honorable Robert Basel.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity given to me to also put my input on this matter. I rise, Mr. Speaker, to support the motion on legislative proposal to amend the Constitution and entrench CDF in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I am a new member in this House, and one of the things I can confess is that CDF has had to do a lot in this country. As you transfer this country, Mr. Speaker, you'll find that there are a lot of things that are out here courtesy of CDF. Be it schools that have been done, Mr. Speaker, be it matters to do with security, that is police stations, chiefs camps, and what have you. And therefore, I support this motion, Mr. Speaker, that we need to entrench CDF in the Constitution so that it is ring-fenced against some of these activists, Mr. Speaker, who to me appear to be on some foreign payroll or something of that kind, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is not lost on me that many are the young men and women, children in this sense, who depend on CDF for bursaries, who depend on CDF for scholarships, who depend on CDF, Mr. Speaker, so that they can brighten their future. Luanda, for instance, is a rural constituency. Majority of my people are maybe small-scale farmers, Mr. Speaker, and maybe small traders. And therefore, raising fees to pay for their children in school, in colleges, it's always a big matter, Mr. Speaker. And when I was running my campaign, I ran it on one agenda, that we were supposed to support majority of these people in paying school fees for them, in supporting them achieve their dreams, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, abolishing CDF, Mr. Speaker, will be kind of condemning thousands, if not millions, of young children, boys and girls, who have ambitions, who have dreams of greater things, into oblivion, Mr. Speaker. I stand with my colleagues to beg of them that as we discuss this matter of CDF, it not only be important for us to discuss, but also be present during that day of voting, that we may be able to give overwhelming support, more than 100%, Mr. Speaker, in support of this great amendment, Mr. Speaker. I'm aware that we have chiefs, for example, who operate on mobile offices or right from their homes, Mr. Speaker. These are matters which could well be covered under the CDF portfolio, Mr. Speaker. Out here, there's some kind of thought that CDF is money meant for the Member of Parliament. As a new member, Mr. Speaker, of this House, I've been able to witness that even recruiting members to the board, I don't have a role, Mr. Speaker. These are members who are competently and competitively recruited so that they can form the board, the CDF board, Mr. Speaker, to oversee and be able to implement the programs that are there for the benefit of the community. And therefore, it will be very much out of order for a few of those people out here, Mr. Speaker, to articulate matters that this kitty is actually meant for the Member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. When they look around in this House, Mr. Speaker, we have men and women whose children are currently in school. When I saw the Supreme Court rule, their children are in school, Mr. Speaker, but majority of the parents in the villages, majority of our young boys and girls who desire, who yearn, who aspire to be great men and women in this country, look upon CDF to support them in their programs, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I support that just as we call for the entrenchment of CDF, Mr. Speaker, I also support the entrenchment of the other funds, the NGAF, Senate Oversight, and maybe the Economic Stimulus and Empowerment Fund, that they may be able to support many other programs that run right down at the village, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Maungu. So this is now Basil.
Anyway, let me use this one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finally, I've been given the chance to speak. We have really waited for long. I don't know what we need to do because this is not really fair. We waited since yesterday, and today we have really waited for long to speak.
The Honorable Wanjala, you're out of order.
So ideally,
Out of order.
I want to thank the co-sponsors for this motion, Honorable Mule as well as Honorable Gishumu. This is well done, because when you talk of NGCDF, anyone who tries to wash it away basically is an escapist of reality, because as we speak, so many students are at home because of lack of money. This is actually crippling learning as well as making students miss exams. When you talk of SD4 about quality education, without bursaries, you don't expect the country to realize quality education. The same applies to the right to education. So this CDF is very critical when it comes to matters of education, and it actually has seen full transition when it comes from primary schools to secondary schools as well as to tertiary education. Ideally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we need to urge the government to release money for bursaries, because currently the needy students and the poor students are being marginalized, which is not what we expect in any democratic state, because the rich, their kids are in school, but the poor, their kids are at home and struggling and adding more burden to parents who are struggling not only to raise money for school, but also money for the family to eat. So in principle, I fully support this motion, and it is a high time, Mr. Speaker, to entrench CDF into the Constitution. And in regard to the amendments, I want to make few recommendations to the drafters of the bill, and the one includes broadening the scope of this particular kitty to include very important facets and aspects of the economy, which includes issues to do with agriculture, water, electricity, as well as school feeding programs, which are very essential in this particular, in our country, and also in ensuring our young ones and also our community develop well. Again, I also want to recommend the drafters, Mr. Speaker, to increase the allocation from 2.5% to about 10%, because the current amount we are receiving in CDF is too little to be able to do meaningful work compared to what we need or what we intend to achieve. Development or the drafting of GAF, because the Affirmative Action Fund is very critical in ensuring or in promoting gender equality and the women economic empowerment. This is a very critical fund that needs to be reinstated and entrenched in the Constitution. Importantly, the Parliamentary Oversight Fund is key. We should not call it Senatorial Oversight Fund, because even members of Parliament, we have a role to do oversight. So it should be Parliamentary Oversight Kitty or Fund. So with those few remarks, I don't want to belabor or repeat what my fellow colleagues did indicate, but I want to conclude by saying I fully support the motion, and I look forward to also make my input in the revision of the bill. Thank you.
Much, very well done. This chance goes to Honorable Catherine Omanyo of Busia, followed by Honorable Stephen Mogaka of West Muguranga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My patience has earned me. I would love to really, really thank the motion and support it, because for those who forget where they
allow
have...
Honorable Catherine Omanyo to make her debate.
Thank you for protecting me.
Yes, that you move from
I
there
was
and
saying,
somewhere else.
People who have forgotten where they have come from, they can easily make mistakes like these. Because I stand here as a living witness of a child who was raised without a daddy, and a child who was raised with a very poor widow, who didn't have even when to tell when the next meal will come from. And my determination was to knock any door that would be there to offer support, to pay fees. So CDF, NGAF should not be tampered with by people who don't understand that there are children out there who depend fully on financial support from this fund. I also want to mention that CDF, in real sense, is touching the base of the country. We cannot have a monopoly or dictatorship of a kind that this kind of fund should only be managed in a particular corner, because we will be killing the spirit of devolution. If we have CDF disbursed to every constituency, It means it will be upon the member of parliament to make sure that they develop their own area. So if somebody failed, it is upon that member of parliament and not a particular docket. So I really looked at the motion and I was so happy to realize that at least there is somebody who feels and wants to fill up the gap of the poor and needy people. If I reflect in my own county, we have girls who actually have been coming to me and applying to go back to school. If anybody sits in Nairobi and wants to control everything from Nairobi, they will not understand that particular girl from a village that even Google Map right now has not mapped it. So let the members of parliament handle it and manage it and make sure that actually it continues to empower or support the really needy people in the society. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also associate myself with the previous speakers who have appreciated the promoters of this legislative proposal, the Honorable Gichimo and the Honorable Mule. On behalf of the people of West Mugirango, I support the legislative proposal. It is in fact the best thing that has happened in this 13th Parliament, and this 13th Parliament will go in the annals of history as the protectors of the People's Fund. CDF is not a parliamentarian's fund, but it is a people's fund. The level of poverty we have in this country is directly proportional to the level of education the families and households have got. And majority of the households have their children not going to school because of lack of school fees. CDF has done miracles for many homes, and the last thing we want to hear, Mr. Speaker, is that there is any suit coming up again against the NG CDF. And the best way to insulate the NG CDF is to anchor it in the Constitution, as we are doing, because we will make Kenya proud when we all go home knowing that never again are our children going to be threatened with being sent home from school because there is no CDF support. My additional remarks, Mr. Speaker, is that the legislative proposal is again the best thing that has ever happened, because it has helped every member have an opportunity to not only endorse this legislative proposal, but by our conduct, we are assuring the nation that we shall not only be here present voting for the bill, but we shall also mobilize our electors when required to vote for the referendum if we get there. Mr. Speaker, the problem that the courts have had with the CDF was that it seemed to be tapping money from the national government revenue. And this has already been cured in the NG-CDF Act of 2015. But while we know that the majority of the court's concerns have been addressed in the NG-CDF of 2015, the best way to bring an end to any attempt to sabotage the operations of CDF is to entrench it in the Constitution. And I think during the amendment bill debate, I see that since the NG-CDF is performing some of the national government functions in the 4th schedule, we will be engaging the national government to use the constituencies as the most bottom unit for planning for development, so that as much as possible of the national government budget is cascaded to the constituencies so that we make the constituency the most bottom unit of planning and development. And this government that has come into office has promised Kenyans that it is going to be a bottom-up approach to business. And indeed, this legislative proposal comes at the best time that there is coincidence in the thinking of the government in place and this 13th parliament in creating synergy between their dreams and what this 13th parliament is going to do. And I want to rest my case, Mr. Speaker, by assuring this House that I will be present to vote when this time comes, and that I will mobilize my constituents to do what they require to do to make this constitutional amendment a reality. I beg to support.
We are doing so well. Thank you so much. So the Honorable Loko Montari of Samburu East, followed by the Honorable Gitonga Bulgara of Tharaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance. I want to support the proposal that the NGCDF, Honorable Speaker, is very important to the Kenyan people. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, without NGCDF, I think the poor children will not be able to continue to school. And because very many members have spoken, I just want to say that it is the CDF which has problem. We want to save the NGCDF, and I don't think, Honorable Speaker, it is necessary to bring all these other funds under the NGCDF, which has problem. When you want to put off a fire, which has maybe burned the house, you don't have to go and pour water in every other house which has no fire, Honorable Speaker. And I think it is necessary for us to come and focus the NGCDF, because that is where the problem is. The court has never said gave us problem or any other funds has problem. So I think, Honorable Speaker, we really need to save this NGCDF for the sake of our children and even the development in our places. And we don't even apologize to anybody. We don't even entice other leaders for them to come and support this. If you look at the proposal, Honorable Speaker, the oversight funds for the Senate, it is very important, but not necessarily to come under the NGCDF for them to support this. I think we all need even the oversight funds. But this is a very crucial matter to our people, and we really need to come and make this proposal. And I think we don't have, Honorable Speaker, to go to other default functions, like what members are saying. We need to do water, we need to do what? We are again inviting now another argument, even from the governors, because they are there to do agriculture and water. Let them do, because they have money. It is not a must that a member of parliament to do all functions. We don't have to take ourselves that we are supposed to do everything, because even governors will come in and say, that is our function. It is a devolved function. So let us focus the national government functions. And I think if you go to that direction, we'll be able to save these funds. And I don't want to take much time because everything has been said. But if we take that direction, I think we are good to go. And I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's been a long wait, but it is worthy every second to wait and make a contribution to this very important proposal that is before the House. It's a constitutional amendment proposal, and we know the threshold. And that is why everybody is saying we just not need to talk here, we just not need to support, but we must appear on the crucial days and do what will be required of us. This constitutional amendment, we attribute it and credit the two members of parliament, the Honorable Givenji Shimo of Gishogo and the Honorable Stephen Mule of Matungulu. I think kudos to these two MPs for actually putting on paper what every MP is actually thinking about. Therefore, you have our support, and what we urge you to do is to ensure the office of the Speaker moves quickly so that we have sufficient public participation. We have a draft bill that is going to be brought to the House for readings, and eventually, if we are lucky, we pass it. That way, we will entrench these funds in the Constitution, and the courts, which are always bent on declaring whatever we do, especially as regards the CDF and constitutional, will have nothing to complain about. As we debate today, let's pay tribute to those who invented CDF. The Honorable Muriuki Karue of Okalau, as he was those years, Mwangi Gethiomi of Kipipiri, and the others who are here. What they started as an experiment actually has become one of the most noble things this country has done for the poor man. To start with, CDF is actually for the poor, absolutely. Those who are not able to build schools, those who are not able to pay school fees, administrators who have no offices, etc., etc. Therefore, weighing on what we have done